Rescuing the Prince. Written by Lucinda Whitney. Read for you by Christine Dillon.
Chapter 1.
Henry Somerset pulled the car to the side of the road as it slowed to a stop. He looked at the gas gauge, confirming what he already knew. Empty. 3 hours away from the palace, and he'd forgotten to fill up the tank. Again. He should have learned his lesson by now and carry a gas can in the trunk, but he'd forgotten that as well. He looked around him, then grabbed his smartphone. Out of service, of course. As if one thing wasn't enough. He wasn't exactly stranded, but how long would it take before another motorist drove by on this deserted country road? At least the scenery was worthy of a website feature, with its rolling hills, verdant vegetation, and pristine lake in the far background. Maybe he'd seen it somewhere before, since it seemed vaguely familiar to him. The Crown's Ministry of Tourism probably used a picture of this place to entice travelers to visit the Kingdom of Durham, well known for its landscape variety despite the small size of the country. Or maybe he'd passed by this way before without making a stop. It wasn't the first time he'd given his bodyguards the slip. He let out a long breath and passed a hand through his hair. He'd gone for a drive to escape a lecture, and would surely get another one when he returned. Just barely 26 years old, and still getting reprimanded like a teenager. In all honesty, he deserved some of the lectures. Not that he would admit it out loud to anyone. With Alex's wedding to his American fiancée and Stefan's engagement to his finally announced, the pressure was on Henry to settle down like his older brothers, to do something worthwhile. Oliver had his horses, Emma volunteered her time in Castlebridge, and even Charlotte was busy with her literacy efforts in South Africa. His parents, his grandmother, the royal advisors. Everyone had something to say on the subject. It didn't help that his nickname with the press was the Playboy Prince, as if it were his fault that ladies loved him. What could he do but love them back? The thought brought a wry smile to his lips. He couldn't help the way he looked any more than he could renounce his birthright. Of the first, he took good advantage. Of the latter, he tried to escape his responsibilities often enough. In truth, he'd been avoiding getting tied up to a charity project. But Mother knew him well and had given him an ultimatum. Find something worthwhile to sponsor, or she'd find him something herself. And that would be even worse. He had to find a project, and fast, because Mother would deliver on her threat. Henry had learned his lesson the hard way. Henry passed a hand over the back of his neck. How could he even begin to find a worthy cause to champion? There were so many to choose from, he wouldn't know where to start or which one needed it most. Instead of thinking about it, he'd fled the palace, only to land himself in the middle of nowhere on a country road, surrounded by hills and not much else. Someone would eventually come looking for him when he didn't show up. They always did. All he had to do was wait. After climbing the closest hill in a fruitless search for cell coverage, he returned to the car and pulled up the hood for the universal sign that he needed help. Should he wait or go looking for the nearest village first? The last one he'd passed had been at least 50 miles before. How much walking would he have to do for the next one? It was only May, but the sun beat high and strong, and he didn't have any water with him. Maybe he'd stay put instead. He pulled open the passenger side door and sat inside, then reclined the seat all the way down and adjusted his sunglasses. A short power nap wasn't a bad idea. When the rumbling sound of a diesel vehicle reached his ears, he sat up, trying to orient himself. With the hood lifted, his vision was obstructed, and he couldn't immediately see from which direction the sound had come. As he stepped out of his car, an older model pickup truck passed him by on the side of the road without slowing down. Henry took off after it, waving his arms and yelling at it to stop. Just when he thought he'd lost his chance, the truck stopped with a lurch. As he approached the passenger side window, he glimpsed a person wearing denim overalls in the driver's seat and was surprised to find a woman. He'd expected an old man to match the vehicle, not someone young and attractive. He pushed his sunglasses up his nose. "Hello there," he said with a smile. A pair of light brown eyes met his, suspicion and distrust momentarily startling him. Did she fear him? Hoping to dispel any uneasiness, he kept a pleasant expression and lifted his hand in a friendly wave. Quickly, the young woman reached over and pushed on the old-fashioned button to lock the door. The window rolled down halfway and was probably a manual one, or she might have pulled it up already. Henry took a step back, not wanting to alarm her further. "Yes," she finally said. "Can I help you?" Her voice had a low timbre, the kind he liked to hear in whispered conversations. He was used to such tone from sophisticated women dressed in short skirts, women who affected their voices on purpose to sound sexy. From the way she dressed, he had a feeling the driver at the wheel was not that kind of woman. Henry gestured at the back of his car. "I ran out of gas, and my phone is out of service." "There's never service in this area," she replied matter-of-factly. She wore a black t-shirt under the overalls, and her hair had come loose from the low ponytail at the back of her neck. Her hair was a honey color between dark blonde and light brown, and her eyes were not light brown as he'd initially thought, but an unusual shade of green in the early afternoon sunlight bouncing inside the cab. "I'm Henry. And you are?" "In a hurry," she said in a flat tone. Henry hid a smirk. She had spunk, and her eyes shone with a hint of defiance. His interest rose. When was the last time he'd met a woman who didn't trip over herself to please him? All the women he met did. But not this one, and he wanted to know more about her, if she'd let him. As he looked around, his eyes fell on a couple of gas canisters in the open back of her pickup. "You wouldn't happen to have any gas in these cans, would you?" "One has diesel, and the other one is empty," she said in the same tone as before. "Look, I can call someone for you when I get to Little Wengert. I happen to know they have cell service there." "How far is Little Wengert from here?" "For me, about a half hour. For others, 5 to 10 minutes longer than that." There was that boldness again. Henry quickly calculated the distance. "If you call someone for me, it'll take them almost 4 hours before they show up. But if you give me a ride to the gas station to fill up that canister, I can be on my way in 1 hour or less." He added a smile to the end, the kind that always had worked to get him out of tough spots. "That crooked grin is not going to work on me." She rolled her eyes, then reached for the gear stick. "I'll make sure someone knows you're here." Henry stepped forward, scrambling for something to say that would keep her from leaving. "I didn't mean to scare you. I really need help. And I'm really not in the habit of picking up strange men on the side of the road," she said with a tone of finality. He'd been called worse things. He cocked his head and removed his sunglasses, then waited for her to recognize him. Whatever reaction he'd been expecting, the shock in her face was not it. His smile fell a little. She brought a hand to her mouth and covered a gasp. "Prince Henry," she said in a low tone. He nodded slowly. "It is me. How about that ride?" "Seriously?" she said after staring at him for a long moment. "Well, I'm not really a stranger, am I?" Chapter 2. Adrianne Blake glanced at the man sitting beside her in the cab of the old truck as she drove to Little Wengert. Prince Henry was not a stranger in the broadest sense, but the situation was beyond peculiar. How is it one of the princes of Durham had run out of gas, and she was the one to pick him up on the side of the road? She was having a hard time wrapping her brain around the incredible turn of events. Nobody would believe her if she told the story. Her neighbor, Mrs. Hastings in particular, couldn't find out. The old lady was dear, but she had a mild obsession with the royal house of Durham. She'd never leave Adrianne alone if she learned of this encounter with Prince Henry. How many times had she dreamt about meeting him again? She'd been only 8 years old when the royal family had visited the community hospital located on the north end of the capital city of Castlebridge, the dodgy end, as it was known. For years after that, she'd fantasized of meeting him again. But now, 14 years later, the reality left her confused and not knowing how to act.
He'd made himself comfortable by lowering the window all the way down and sitting back in a relaxed position, turning the space she was so used to all the smaller by his presence.
Adrianne tried to ignore the nervousness in her chest
and concentrated on the road.
"Are you going to tell me your name?"
he asked, watching her attentively, that hint of a smirk in the corner of his mouth, so much a part of his trademark expression as she'd seen on magazines and online. He didn't remember her, obviously. How could he? He'd probably met thousands of people in his lifetime, and a sick girl on a hospital bed wouldn't have made a memorable impression. She glanced his way. He had the bluest eyes. She'd always wondered if it was photo manipulation when she'd seen his picture in the gossip magazines. Her memory failed her from the time they'd met in person, unless he wore contact lenses. She wouldn't put it past him to enhance the natural color of his eyes. Was he the kind of man to do that?
"Adrianne," she told him, turning her gaze ahead.
"Thank you, Adrianne."
She caught a glimpse of his smile from the corner of her eye. Her heart jumped a little at the way he said her name. Why was she so nervous? She'd always favored dark-haired men with blue eyes, and he was the best incarnation of that. Growing immunity to the charms of Prince Henry of Durham would be a piece of work, despite his reputation as the playboy prince. His young version at 12 years old had been a lot more genuine than this grown man sitting beside her, right up until he teased her. So maybe he'd always been this way after all.
"Thanks for rescuing me from the side of the road. I really appreciate it."
"You're welcome." She paused abruptly, not knowing what to call him. "Prince Henry? Your Highness?" Her fingers tightened around the wheel, and she clamped her mouth shut.
"Henry. You can call me Henry."
"I'm pretty sure I can't call you that." She did know that much. He laughed a little.
"Why not? That's my name. We're not at a formal event, and I'm not wearing my epaulets."
She didn't reply to that. He looked to be having too much fun at her obvious discomfort. "How come you're alone?" she asked. "I thought you always have a security detail with you." According to the magazines, that was the royal protocol.
He shrugged. "Not all the time. It gets to be a bit too much, you know? Someone always following me around."
She turned to look at him and met his eyes, surprised to see sincerity in them. "Yes, I do know what it's like."
"You have a security detail who follows you around?"
There was that teasing twinkle again. "My brothers like to think I'm still 10. Never mind, she was 23, graduated from university, and working full-time on her first job. Declan, Colin, and Byron liked to meddle too much under the guise of protection.
"How many brothers do you have?"
3, all older than me." He crossed a leg over the other, totally at ease and comfortable in her old rusted pickup.
"I understand where they're coming from. Alex, Stefan, Oliver, and I are not ready to see Charlotte and Emma all grown up and independent."
Somehow, It didn't surprise her that the Somerset brothers were as protective of their sister as Adrian's own brothers were toward her.
Men were pretty much the same, whether royal or common, and their caveman instincts manifested in similar ways. So your poor sister and cousin not only have security details, they also have older brothers who like to interfere, Adrianne added. Prince Henry laughed, tossing his head back with a hearty chuckle. You're a spunky one, aren't you? His eyes shone with mirth. Adrianne cringed. I'm sorry. I'm not used to conversing with royalty. At least she didn't have bodyguards, only meddling brothers. Don't worry about that. Right now I'm not Prince Henry. I'm just Henry, the man who needs gas for his car. Something passed in his expression, but he quickly hid it. Let's talk about you instead. Do you live around here? She hesitated for a moment. Should she tell him? It wasn't like she'd see him again. This meeting was completely accidental. No, I live in Castlebridge. We might be neighbors and not know it, he said. She glanced at him. I doubt that. We don't run in the same circles. You're right, we don't. I would have remembered you. His tone was decisive. What would he say if she told him they'd met before and he did not remember? Better keep that to herself. But why all the questions? Was he flirting with her? She shouldn't be surprised. He flirted with all the girls in the kingdom and abroad, according to all the rumors in the tabloids. But she wasn't even his type. Maybe he was bored. When she didn't reply to his comment, he went on. What brings you so far from home? Let me guess. Your brothers don't know you came this way. Was it that obvious? She didn't answer. It's okay. You don't have to tell me. He winked, as if they already shared a secret. I hope whatever you were doing was worth it. She thought so, and had driven 2 hours each way for a promised donation to the program. But in the end, it hadn't panned out. I'm afraid it was a big fat no, she said before thinking. He raised an eyebrow at her. Someone said no to you? How did they resist those eyes? Adrianne's cheeks immediately warmed at his veiled compliment. It's harder to get people to agree to part with their money than you think, even for a worthy cause. He turned his full attention to her again. Now I'm curious. What's the worthy cause? Could this really be happening? She finally had the attention of a royal, and it was him? Before she talked herself out of it, Adrianne took the chance. I run a program at the Castlebridge Community Medical Center for underprivileged children, and I'm running out of funds. Without donations, the board will close it down, and 25 children will be left without the support they so desperately need. His eyes shone with interest. That is a worthy cause, he said in a tone of voice that left her wondering what he truly thought. Adrianne waited for more questions, but none came. That's it? You're not going to ask what the program is, how it benefits the children, or anything else? Confusion filled Prince Henry's expression, and he stammered, Maybe the direct approach would work better. I've been trying to get a donation from the royal family for over 6 months. Do you have any tips? I don't, I'm sorry. I have no idea how it works with the donations. The sincerity in his voice was hard to miss. But you could find out if you wanted. Are you always this tenacious? Was he annoyed at her? It was hard to tell with the lazy smile and the curious gaze. Adrianne didn't reply. Even though the conversation wasn't personal, the interaction between them was getting more so, and she didn't want him to know anything about her. Besides, his friendly tone and pleasant attitude created a false sense of intimacy between them that would be easy to fall for,
and that was the last thing she needed. Having a harmless crush at 8 years of age was one thing. At 23, it was completely something else. Besides, a friendship with a prince was straight out of fairy tales, not reality. He filled the silence during the rest of the trip to Little Wengert, telling her stories of different times when he'd had card trouble during his trips around the world. His natural storytelling skills helped her relax, and she almost forgot this handsome man was third in line for the throne of Durham. When the church tower came in view from among the canopy of trees, she straightened and slowed down to match the posted speed limit. "That's Little Wengert up ahead," she told him. Prince Henry shifted in his seat and put his sunglasses back on.
"I'd rather people not know I'm here."
He pulled out his wallet and looked inside.
"I don't have any cash,"
he said with an apologetic wince, then raised a credit card with the royal logo in her direction. "I got it," she said. His wallet was leather and full of cards of different colors, and he haphazardly stuffed the card back in. She caught a glimpse of a gold monogram with his initials as he replaced the wallet to his back pocket. Adrianne pulled up to the gas pump, exited the truck, and grabbed the empty can from the back. In front of the small store that sold a bit of everything, 3 old men sat outside on a bench. They watched her as she went in. She'd driven by Little Wengert on other occasions, but had never stopped before. It was the typical small village with a church in the central square and a few businesses around. After paying for the gas, she filled the can and placed it back in the truck, then returned to the store and bought 2 candy bars and 2 bottles of cold water. Once again behind the wheel, she handed a bottle to Prince Henry and held up the candy bars. "Which one?" He grabbed the crunchy chocolate one.
"This one's my favorite. How did you know?"
Adrianne opened the water bottle and took a swig. "Lucky guess." He did the same, and her eyes lingered on Prince Henry's throat, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down as he drank deeply from the bottle she'd given him. Something so simple, and yet so compelling. Why did he have to be so attractive? Wasn't being a prince enough? He caught her looking, and her cheeks flamed at his knowing smile.
"That hit the spot, thank you,"
he said. "You're welcome." She recapped her bottle after taking another drink, then turned the key and shifted into gear, refusing to look away. The drive back to his car passed quickly. Prince Henry told her more stories, asking her probing questions every so often, which she tried to dodge without appearing rude. He sure liked to talk, or maybe he liked the sound of his own voice. She'd do well to remember he wasn't interested in her, and she would never see him again. So much for the royal sponsorship she needed. When they arrived, Adrianne parked behind the silver sports car and quickly grabbed the gas can, then waited for Prince Henry to open the fuel door. Once he was done, she proceeded to fill the tank.
"I wasn't expecting you to do everything, Adrianne,"
he said. He leaned against the car and crossed his arms.
"I don't want you to think I'm completely useless."
"I'm not thinking that at all, Your Highness. I'm better dressed for the job than you are. Don't worry about it." She'd only barely noticed he wore a short-sleeved shirt and navy slacks that fit him too well.
"You don't have to call me Your Highness,"
he huffed under his breath. She changed the subject. "Is this the DB9? She asked, nodding in the Aston Martin's direction. His expression lit up.
"Yes, it is. Are you an enthusiast?"
"My brothers like to discuss cars," she replied vaguely. The boys had a client who'd purchased one recently and had brought it by the garage to show off. Adrianne had been duly impressed with the sleek body shape and the powerful engine. Like the copy ad said, it was a true blend of luxury and performance. It said a lot about Prince Henry that he drove a car that matched him so well, powerful and attractive.
"It's my favorite,"
he said.
Actually, it's the only car I own outright.
Once finished, Adrianne returned the gas canister to the back of the truck. You're good to go. She turned around too quickly and found herself tripping and falling into Prince Henry's chest. Her hands went up just as his grabbed her upper arms to stabilize her. For a moment, they stood much too close. The warmth of his body permeated hers, and his scent filled her senses. He smelled delicious, something expensive and all-male that had her wishing she could go up on her tiptoes and inhale deeply at the crook of his neck. His eyebrows rose, an amused expression shining in his eyes. This was crazy, and she was having irrational, senseless thoughts. Adrianne pulled away from him and walked back to her truck, willing her pulse to slow down. She opened the door to the cab and swung inside. He followed her.
Wait, I need to pay you back for the gas and thank you properly.
He held the passenger door open and leaned closer.
May I have your full name and phone number?
No thanks necessary, Your Highness, she edged. It's what I do. Of all the things to say, she had to leave now before she said anything else even more stupid. He chuckled.
Really? You go around rescuing princes in your spare time?
Of course. As a citizen of Durham, it is my patriotic duty to assist the royal family when the chance presents itself.
What about the sponsorship for your program?
He asked. She raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say you couldn't help with that?
I said I didn't know anything about it, but if you give me the chance, I'll find out, and then I'll call you.
You're just saying that to get my number.
Then give me your email address. As soon as I find more about sponsorship protocols, I'll contact you.
He held his phone in his palm, open to a contact page. How likely was he to follow up with it? Before she changed her mind, Adrianne took his phone and added her name and email address to his contacts, just in case he came through. He took the phone back, and the corner of his mouth rose.
You're quite unlike anyone I know, Adrianne, who wants to remain anonymous.
She swallowed. Was that sincerity in his tone? It couldn't be, could it? Not from the playboy prince. Again, she didn't know what to say in reply, and decided to ignore his words. Why don't you turn your car on and make sure it's working well before I leave? For a moment, she thought he'd resist her suggestion, but he walked to his car and did as she said. Once the Aston Martin roared to life, he pulled up beside her and gave her a 2-finger salute.
Thank you, Adrianne,
he said, putting on his sunglasses.
It's been my pleasure to meet you.
She waved goodbye and watched him as he left down the road. Adrianne's shoulders sagged as she released a long breath. He was gone, finally. By tomorrow, she'd hardly be a memory for him. But for her, he'd be harder to forget. Again. Chapter 3. Henry couldn't forget Adrianne. He'd tossed in bed all night with memories of her, and in the early morning, his thoughts only intensified. Giving up on sleep, he went for a run just as the gray skies gave way to the first purple streaks of rising light. It was Friday, and the city woke lazily, already anticipating the weekend. With his sweatshirt hood pulled on, he wasn't likely to be recognized by the few citizens on their way to work. In any case, Castlebridge didn't expect the youngest prince of Durham out in the city this early. He had a reputation of partying late and getting out of bed even later, and he wasn't about to contradict anyone on that. This morning, the anonymity suited him. A few minutes later, Gregson, one of his 2 official bodyguards, caught up to Henry and now jogged behind at a discreet distance. Henry ignored him, as he usually did. Henry pounded away his frustrations against the pavement, one foot after the other, circling the old city walls, across the bridge and back, by side streets and back alleys, until the burn in his calves begged for a reprieve. He kept going. By the time Henry returned to his apartment in the family's private wing of the royal palace, he'd pushed himself farther and longer than he could remember recently. In the shower, he let the hot water rinse off the aches in his shoulders and back, wishing it could flush the troubles and twinges in his head and heart. Or at least clear his mind for a short while. As he dressed for the day, thoughts of Adrianne sneaked in again. She'd been such a breath of fresh air, so unlike the women he usually met, who were always interested in his position and title and the few minutes of fame that followed from associating with him. Not her. No selfies, no phone numbers, not even her last name. He'd have to make do with her email for now and hope she'd reply to him when he contacted her. Alongside thoughts of Adrianne, Henry's mind had worked through part of the night to come up with more than one good idea for a sponsorship to fit her program. If he went to her with a solid proposition, she'd be more likely to reply to him, he hoped. His mood shifted, and he joined his family in the breakfast room. Alex and Stefan weren't present, of course, but the girls were, his sister Charlotte and cousin Emma, with cousin Oliver as well. Father and mother sat in their usual places.
"Good morning, family,"
Henry said in a cheery tone. He approached Mother first, brushed a kiss on her head, then shook Father's hand and nodded at the others. It was then he noticed 5 pairs of eyes watching him closely.
"What?"
"You're joining us for breakfast?" Charlotte asked. "This early on a Friday morning?" Emma added. Henry helped himself to the food on the sidebar and took a seat.
"And you girls thought you knew everything about me?"
He winked at them.
"When are you two leaving, anyway?"
Charlotte had come home for Alex and Libby's wedding and was returning to South Africa to continue her work as an advocate for education and literacy, and Emma had accompanied her for a 2-week visit. "Tomorrow morning," they said in unison, wide smiles on their faces. Henry rolled his eyes at them good-naturedly. He had missed them, of course. They kept things fresh and lively and altogether more bearable. If he hovered too much, it was out of love and concern for their welfare.
"You're in a good mood this morning,"
Father said, keeping his eyes on the newspaper in his hands. "Where were you yesterday, Henry? You missed the monthly meeting with the house staff you were supposed to shadow," Mother asked. "I tried calling and you didn't reply." Henry shoved a forkful of scrambled eggs in his mouth. The morning run had opened his appetite. He swallowed before replying, heeding his careful upbringing in front of the family, especially Mother, who always paid attention to such things.
"I went for a drive and ran out of gas."
Mother frowned. "Again, Henry. Where were Gregson and Stevens?" Despite her question, he knew Mother already had an answer, judging from her facial expression. He held her gaze, hoping it didn't come across as defiance, but instead as him assuming responsibility for what he'd done.
"I left without them,"
he said evenly. She frowned, then shook her head slightly.
"It only makes their job harder when you do that, Henry,"
Mother said, her slight Ghanaian accent lingering in the last syllable. "Regarding the appointment, please make sure you set reminders in the future. Your responsibilities are few, but it doesn't look good to miss them. And wait for Gregson and Stevens when you go out." Henry paused, his fork midway to his mouth.
"Yes, Mother."
Whether he intended to do it or not, he wouldn't admit it to her face. Nobody dared say no to Queen Nicolette, not even her children. Here he was, a grown man, and still fearing his mother like he had as a child. She was fierce, despite her delicate appearance. "What do you have planned for today?" Mother asked. We'll have to meet soon regarding your schedule and the use of your time for a charity project." Henry nodded but didn't reply. He knew this was coming. Mother was relentless at times. An awkward silence ensued, punctuated by the clinking of forks and knives against the breakfast china. At last, Father asked Charlotte about her trip, and the conversation resumed, if not animatedly as before, at least away from the brewing tension between Henry and Mother. The conversation around the table continued as Henry finished his breakfast. Charlotte and Emma discussed what Charlotte needed to pack for the trip, and Mother kept an ear attuned to them while talking with Father. It shouldn't surprise Henry how much Mother knew about the comings and goings of each member of the family. Her skills were impressive. "Are you busy later?" Oliver asked. Henry finished drinking his orange juice and set the glass on the table.
"I'm going to the city to check on something."
He hoped Adrianne was in Castlebridge somewhere. It would make it a lot easier for him if he didn't have to chase her out of town. Stevens and Gregson wouldn't be as easy to give the slip today. Oliver's shoulders slumped a bit. He was closer in age to Stefan and was probably still adjusting to Stefan's absence now that Henry's middle brother was engaged and enthralled with his fiancée Jenna. Who'd have guessed that charity work and planning a wedding could keep his brother so busy?
"I'm free tomorrow,"
Henry said.
"What do you have in mind?"
At Henry's words, Oliver perked up. "There's this new horse at the Crowland market that I need to go see." Crowland sold the best horses in the kingdom, and Oliver was an aficionado, following his late father's footsteps. His love for horses and riding went beyond the pleasure of the sport.
"Sure,"
Henry replied.
"That sounds like fun. Send me a reminder tonight."
He stood, thanked the serving staff, and then turned to the family.
"Dinner tonight, or is everybody busy?"
"Emma and I have plans," Charlotte replied. Oliver nodded. "I got plans." Probably something to do with horses, but Henry wouldn't call him out on it. Father squared his shoulders.
"Your mother and I have an engagement with the Minister of Foreign Affairs."
Before his parents requested his presence at the meeting with the minister, Henry hurried his goodbyes and excused himself. As he couldn't remember the last time he charged his laptop, he made his way to the library on the second floor, where the shelves were filled with reference books and history tomes dating back 1 century, 2 laptops, a printer and scanner, a fax machine, and all the essential office supplies of the modern world. Not to mention the inlaid wood mahogany freestanding globe, a gift from his great-great-grandfather to his firstborn son on the occasion of his continental grand tour. It was a contradicting room, with its mix of old and new, historical and modern, but it served its function well for the use of the family and their assistants. The official library was located on the first floor and part of the public tour for the palace visitors, where they could see older, more historical books on display. Henry walked to one of the desks by the dormant fireplace, removed his phone from his pocket, and sat down at the computer. After opening the lid and waiting a few moments until the homepage screen came on, he navigated to the email provider and typed in his password. His inbox was full with hundreds and hundreds of unopened emails. He wasn't in the habit of checking his email too often, but that was about to change. To adrianneb@mail.com. From Henry Somerset at durhamroyals.com.
"Hi, Adrianne."
He backspaced.
"Hello, Adrianne."
Henry groaned and backspaced once again. Was there a better salutation to use? He couldn't think of any. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, then restarted.
"Hello, Adrianne. This is Henry Somerset. We met yesterday when you gave me a ride to get gas for my car. You mentioned you run a program that needs royal sponsorship, and I'd like to meet with you to discuss the details." Please let me know when and where we can meet. Regards, Henry S. P.S. Here's my direct phone number in case you'd like to text instead.
He added his number, then pulled back from the desk and read the few lines, wincing but not knowing how to fix it. Before he could talk himself out of it, he hit the send button. There. Done. All he had to do now was wait, which was always easier said than done. If she was as interested in a sponsorship as she made it look yesterday, she'd reply, wouldn't she? He could always ask Stevens or Gregson to find out who she was, despite the limited information he knew about her first name, where she worked, her family situation. It didn't seem like much to go on, but Palace Security had resources. Somehow he had a suspicion Adrianne wouldn't appreciate his efforts in finding out who she was, so he'd leave that for last, if the email didn't work. Henry stayed a few minutes longer, researching the royal protocol for official sponsorships, and not finding anything that would prevent him from sponsoring a program at the Castlebridge Community Medical Center. His parents and Alex had done public endorsements for the Durham Royal Hospital before, but he couldn't see anything on the internet for the medical center. Was there a conflict of interest? Nothing he read pointed to a reason for him to not be able to become publicly involved. Maybe it was time to meet with Mother and tell her of his plans before she found a project for him he wouldn't like. Before he forgot, he sent a text to Mother's secretary, Mr. Poe, asking for a meeting at Her Majesty's earliest convenience. His phone vibrated, and he swiped at the screen to find a message from Oliver. "There's a new horse I need you to see." Henry smirked at the words. There was always a new horse with Oliver. "Name the day and I'll go with you," he answered. Oliver replied with a thumbs-up emoji. When the phone vibrated again a minute later, Henry gave it a cursory glance to see what else Oliver said, but he found an unknown number instead, and he swiped at the screen with curiosity. "I received your email. Did you leave your credit card behind on purpose?" Henry frowned. Was this from Adrianne? She was the only person he'd emailed recently, but if it was her, what did she mean about the credit card? Before he had time to ask who it was, another text came in. "This is Adrianne B." So it was her.
"Thank you for replying to my email," Henry wrote. "I don't know what you mean about the credit card."
"I found a credit card with your name on the floor of my truck." Henry stood and pulled out his wallet from his pants pocket. After rifling through the cards, he couldn't find his personal one. The normal-looking credit card, absent of the royal logo, still bore his name in the front, by which he could be easily recognized, and he'd hesitated to use it. It must have fallen out when he tried to put it back in his wallet.
"No, I didn't leave my card behind on purpose. Thank you for finding it. Would you be able to return it to me when we meet to discuss your program?"
He stared at the screen, waiting for her reply. What was she doing? Thinking about it? He hadn't noticed his credit card falling out, but at least now he had a legitimate excuse to ask her to meet. Henry stood and walked to the window, unable to sit and wait any longer. "Can you meet me in 2 hours?" Her reply finally came. "That's the only time when I have a break."
"That depends on where you are."
This time, he wouldn't be able to leave without his security detail. She gave him the name of a park and directions to get there, assuring him of its privacy. And after checking the Google map, Henry agreed to meeting her at the time she requested. He logged off from the laptop in the library where he had done the research for sponsorships and walked to his suite. Somehow, he'd expected Adrianne to be more willing, even excited to meet with him, but her reaction had been lukewarm at best, and he got the feeling she'd be at the park reluctantly. He couldn't understand why. Had she changed her mind about the royal sponsorship? Chapter 4.
Adrianne stared at the smartphone in her hand, questioning her recent exchange with the third prince of Durham. What had just happened? After spending half the night trying to make sense of her encounter with Prince Henry, she'd decided to put the whole thing out of her mind. It was easier to forget him than to understand any of what had happened on that country road. She was older now. She wouldn't make the same mistake as before. Once again, the memory came unbidden, as it had all night since the new encounter with him. The first Christmas after her parents died in a car accident, Adrianne had contracted an infection and had to be hospitalized for several weeks. Declan, Colin, and Byron had tried their best to keep her company, but they couldn't be with her all the time. Early on Christmas Eve, the other two children who'd been in the same room were released, leaving Adrianne crying and feeling truly alone. Then a boy dressed in a suit and a wool coat appeared at the door with a game of Candyland in his hands. She didn't learn he was Prince Henry until his mother, the Queen, came to get him. For those few minutes while they played together, he'd been just like any other boy, reminding her of her brothers before tragedy had hit her family. The normalcy of it had eased her solitude and brought smiles to her lips. For a long, long time, she'd thought back on that meeting with a kind of fascination and almost reverence. Not so much for what he'd said, but for the brief company he'd been, flattering her interpretation of the memory and of him. The disappointment came later. As he grew older, he earned the infamous moniker of the Playboy Prince, and Adrianne had pushed the good memories of him farther away until they were practically gone. After filling his gas tank and saying goodbye to him, she didn't think they'd come in contact again. But he'd left his credit card in her truck, and despite his denial to the contrary, she couldn't dismiss the possibility he'd planned to leave it behind so he could contact her again. Fortunately, her brothers hadn't noticed her trip, and she wouldn't be telling them. As much as she loved them, they were prone to complicate everything if they found out, and that was the last thing she needed. She finished her chores at the home, then reviewed her schedule for the day. On Fridays, she stayed an hour later so she could finish and turn in the weekly reports. After placing Prince Henry's credit card in her purse, she went back to her bedroom to finish getting ready. In the bathroom, she found herself reaching for her makeup bag, but she rarely wore any of it. Why would she today? Who was she trying to impress? After hesitating, she applied a quick coat of mascara, a swipe of blush, and her favorite tinted lip balm. She did it for herself, to build up her confidence, not to impress a man. When she found herself reaching for a dressier top than the usual ones she wore to work, she stopped herself and passed on it. Even though social workers didn't have a strict dress code to work at the hospital, she preferred to wear casual, simple clothes that didn't detract from her interactions with the children. Uniforms and scrubs sometimes carried a negative connotation, and blending in was important to her. In the end, she wore the same as any other day. It didn't matter who she would see today. As usual, before leaving, she stopped in the garage and peeked her head in. "Bye, boys. I'm on my way out to Mrs. Hastings and then to the medical center." Mrs. Hastings' family lived up north and only visited once a month. Adrianne checked on the lady during the week to make sure she was all right. Declan came from around a car, wiping his hands on a rag. "You staying late today?" "Those darn reports don't turn themselves in," Adrianne replied. Declan always asked the same thing, and she usually gave him a similar reply. He'd always taken his role as oldest in the family very seriously, and all the more after the accident that had taken their parents' lives. Not that she could blame him. "Be good, little sis," Colin said from under a car. "Always," she said in reply. She expected one more remark, but it didn't come. "Where's Byron?" "Running some errands before we open," Declan said. Call if you need anything, and don't be out too late," he added. They meant well, but at times their protectiveness was too much. But how could she begrudge 3 older brothers who worried about her? It was their way of showing love. As the only family she had left, she appreciated all the sacrifice they'd done for her and for one another to keep the family together. Adrianne waved off Declan's comment. "I'll be fine. See you later." Living in one of the sleeping communities on the outskirts of the capital meant a longer commute than she'd like, and sometimes she only made it home well after dinner. After getting off the bus near the university campus, she crossed the plaza and took a side street. On the north side, behind the Humanities building and tucked next to a 3-story parking garage, a small courtyard lay partially hidden from the usual foot traffic. Not many people knew of its existence, as it only showed up on internet maps with the exact numeric address. Better yet, it was within walking distance of the community hospital. The space also held a special spot in her heart for another reason. Mom had worked at the medical center as a nurse, and on a few rare occasions, Dad had brought Adrianne to meet Mom for lunch or after work. Back then, she'd called it the Shortcut Garden, and the name had stuck. In her mind, it would always be called that. It had taken a bit of explaining, but she was confident Prince Henry could find the place well enough, especially given his apparent interest in meeting with her. When she arrived, a man sat at the bench in the center of the garden, holding a newspaper open in his hands that partially covered his face. He wore sunglasses and a fedora in a gray shade darker than his trousers. He also wore a blue dress shirt with the sleeves rolled back to his elbows and the collar open at the neck. She glanced twice at his forearms, noting the corded muscles and veins on his skin. Did he work out? And why was she staring at his arms? "Hello, Adrianne," the man said. Adrianne sat at the opposite end of the same bench. "Your Highness, how are you?" "I'd be better if you just called me Henry." She didn't acknowledge his remark. "Is that your disguise?" He folded the newspaper and set it to the other side. "It's pretty good, isn't it?" He glanced around, then pulled off his sunglasses and hat. "Not that I need a disguise. There's no one else around. This place really is perfect for a secret meeting. How did you find it?" "It's a shortcut." She wasn't in the mood to elaborate. He relaxed against the park bench. "I like how secluded it is. Hard to believe it's right in the middle of such a busy corner of the city." That was her favorite part as well. The trees and shrubs hid the concrete parking structure to one side and the brick building to the other, adding to the sense of privacy while providing a soundproofing barrier from the busy city sounds. With a few benches strategically placed, she easily lingered too long, more often than she had time for. No lingering today. She reached inside her purse and handed him the card. "Here you go." He took it, his fingers grazing hers. A flash of electricity jolted her skin, and she almost dropped the credit card, but he caught it at the last minute. He turned to her. "Are you all right?" "Yes, sorry for that. It slipped," she said. Stupid static electricity. It was nothing more than that, just supercharged particles in the air. Nothing to do with the man sitting just a few feet away. Nothing at all. "Tell me more about the program," he said without preamble. "What do you do? Why do you need funding?" His question took her by surprise. Despite what he'd said in the email, she hadn't thought he truly meant it. "Are you serious? You're going to get me the funding I need?" It couldn't be that easy, could it? It sounded too good to be true. "Should I be offended by your lack of faith in me?" He smirked briefly. "I don't know if I can get the funding yet," he hurried on to say, "but the chances are good. I just need a few more details." Adrianne put a lid on the feelings of hope threatening to surface. It would be so easy to get carried away and believe she was finally getting what she needed for the children at the medical center. I work at the Castlebridge Community Medical Center with underprivileged children who've been hospitalized long-term. The program is designed to help them with their reading skills and make it easier to go back to school once they're discharged. Prince Henry's eyebrows lifted.
A literacy program in a hospital?
It's a bit more encompassing than that. The main purpose of the program is to help children reintegrate into the school system. A lot of them fall behind on their reading skills while they're hospitalized, and we're trying to bridge that gap. She spent a few minutes explaining the program to Prince Henry. He listened, not taking notes on his phone, but exhibiting interest and asking appropriate questions.
What are the basic needs?
Volunteers and funding for books, tablets, and laptop computers. He nodded.
What happens if you don't get the funding?
The program is shut down, she replied. I'm running a pilot, and I'll need to present results at the end of it.
How long do you have?
Not long enough. Less than 3 months. If he had any opinions about it, he kept them to himself, and Adrianne wasn't able to tell what he thought about everything she told him so far. I've reached out to the palace repeatedly, but I have yet to receive a reply, even a negative one. She held back her frustration. I don't even know how far my proposals got in the process of asking for a grant. He nodded again, a pleasant expression on his face.
I'll look into it, and I'll be in touch with you as soon as possible. I take it you prefer texts to emails?
She shrugged. Texts are easier and faster.
Will you give me your full name? It'll sound strange if someone asks me and I don't know it.
He had a point. Adrianne Blake, she told him.
Thank you, Adrianne Blake.
He gave her a smile, and something in her chest jumped, as if in recognition and agreement. No, no, no. She couldn't be attracted to Prince Henry. Why couldn't she be immune to his blue eyes and effortless charm? Well, she said after a pause, she should leave already. This was enough time spent with the prince. Sitting this close to him was messing with her emotions. Why now, and why him? Do you have any more questions? She stood quickly, ready to put some distance between them. He leaned in her direction.
Wait, do you have to leave right now?
Adrianne sat back on the edge of the bench, half dreading and half hoping he'd reach for her again. I have to be at the medical center in 15 minutes. His shoulders relaxed.
I was hoping to take you out for a late lunch as a thank you for the gas and snacks.
He smiled, that crooked smile she was beginning to know more than she wanted.
Any way you can get out of whatever you have at the hospital, or go a little later?
Adrianne looked away and took a deep breath to calm herself. He really had no clue, did he? What did he know of responsibilities and helping others? There was so much he could do with his position and influence, but he chose to misuse his time and do nothing instead of using it for the good of those in need. Wasn't that wasteful? She turned back to him. No, I can't get out of it, and even if I could, I wouldn't want to. They're counting on me. Pardon my bluntness, Your Highness, but what are you trying to do? I gave you a ride yesterday and somehow ended up with your credit card. He raised his hands in a placating gesture, but she kept going. You asked me questions about the program and I answered them. You already thanked me. I don't need any more thanks. It's not like we're going to be friends or anything like it. You're the third in line to the throne of Durham, and I'm just a common girl. That's it. She stood and shouldered her bag to give her hands something to do. Why did she have such a strong opinion about him? If he was offering to do a favor for her and find the funding she needed, maybe she should hold back her resentment. She cringed inside at her behavior. He rose to his feet then and slipped his hands in his pockets. The fitted trousers, the tailored shirt and leather shoes, his height and attractive good looks, all made an impression that he knew well how to use, but she wouldn't fall for it. His expression remained pleasant and friendly, and Adrianne wished she knew what he was thinking just then. And why did he affect her so much? It didn't make any sense. "I'm sorry. I have to go," she said, trying to keep the hostility from her voice. "Have a nice day, Prince Henry." She extended her hand to him on impulse.
"Have a nice day yourself, Adrianne. It's been my pleasure to meet you."
With his words, she hesitated, but at the earnestness in his eyes, she squeezed his hand in a firm shake. Good manners called for it, after all, and she wouldn't be rude, despite her impatience. Big mistake. As he took her fingers in his, their skin touched. A spark ignited between them, flashing from her fingers and up her arm. The contact was brief but solid, and by the look on his face, he'd felt it too. Her face heated, all of her heated. Nothing more than a physical reaction, that was all. Adrianne dropped his hand and left, trying to compose herself as she walked away. When she reached the corner, she looked back, powerless to resist the temptation to see him one last time. He stood by the bench, hands still in pockets, watching her. She'd be hard-pressed to forget that look, that darn unreadable expression in his impossible blue eyes, and the corner of his mouth pulled up into a half-smile. But she was going to try her best. No more thoughts of Prince Henry, at least for a long while. Chapter 5. Henry watched Adrianne until she turned the corner and disappeared. Such a contradicting woman. Fiery eyes and cold words. The attraction between them was undeniable. He'd seen it in her eyes and her reaction to him, but she was fighting it for some reason. He should let it go, forget about her. Except he didn't want to. For the first time in his memory, he was interested in a woman who apparently couldn't stand to be in his presence. At least, that was what she had implied. Her body language and response to him had said the opposite. It was a challenge. Whether he took it or not was the question he had to consider. After Adrianne left, Gregson and Stevens came out from the corners and edges. Although they hadn't been hiding exactly, they excelled at blending in with their surroundings.
"Do you have a dossier on Adrianne?"
Henry asked. "We do, Your Highness," Stevens replied. "Would you like a copy when we return to the palace?" Henry shook his head.
"Not yet."
He had to give it some serious thought first. He'd never felt comfortable with reading the security folders on friends and people he met, but sometimes it was unavoidable. He'd rather not read Adrianne's at all. When he arrived at the palace, restlessness had him on edge. He detoured to the kitchen and asked to have a loaded sandwich made, then took it to the courtyard facing the back gardens and ate it too quickly, instead of taking the time to enjoy. What he needed was exercise, some kind of activity that helped him spend the nervous energy coursing through him. Where were his brothers when he needed them for a rousing bout of fencing? Maybe Oliver hadn't left yet. He reached for his phone to send his cousin a message.
"Are you still at home?"
The reply came immediately. "Sorry, in Crowland. Is there a problem?"
"No, I'll talk to you later."
Henry would make sure to set up an early bout with Oliver on Saturday morning. In the meantime, some laps in the indoor swimming pool would work nicely to cool his mood and get the remaining thoughts of Adrianne out of his head. By the time he left the pool, he made plans for the rest of the day, plans he was actually looking forward to. Mr. Poe, Mother's secretary, a man who prided himself in being the utmost efficient, was waiting for him when he stepped out of his apartment. Henry frowned. Mr. Poe's presence didn't usually bode well. "Mr. Poe, anything I can do for you?" Henry asked, already regretting the offer. His meeting with Mother wasn't scheduled until tomorrow. "Her Royal Highness Queen Nicolette would like a few minutes with your Highness." "Right this moment?" "Before you leave the palace, your Highness," Mr. Poe said. Henry followed him. No use pretending he had any other choice. What Mother wanted, Mother got. The blue room in the East Wing was Queen Nicolette's domain. In reality, it was more of a strategy room than an office, despite what she called it. Mr. Poe rapped on the door ajar and then pushed it open for Henry. "You called for me, Mother?" "Just in time, Henry." She cocked her head to one side, giving Henry access to her cheek, which he brushed with a kiss. He sat across from her and leaned back. "I have an appointment with you tomorrow," he said. "I'm needed somewhere else tomorrow, hence the change. Hope you don't have anything pressing at the moment." Not really, but she already knew that. "Not at all." Mother took off her glasses and set them down on the coffee table between them. "I'm hoping we'll have some time to discuss a charitable project for you. Let's face it, Henry, you have too much time on your hands, and that's not a good thing." Henry took a breath. Maybe he wasn't doing anything newsworthy recently, but she'd easily forgotten the 4 years he'd spent at the University of Durham to obtain his business degree and the 2 years in the military service, done in tours of 6 months each. He'd been ready for a break after that, a long break. But bringing up his past accomplishments wouldn't distract her from whatever point she was trying to make. Only this time he could genuinely say he was ahead of whatever plans she had for him. He smiled at her. "That's actually the reason why I wanted to talk to you. I found a project I'd like to sponsor personally." The shock of his statement almost showed in her features, but she schooled the surprise at the last minute. "Excellent. Tell me about it." "There's a social worker running a pilot program with hospitalized children, and she needs volunteers, plus books and tablets." Mother frowned. "At the Royal Children's Hospital? Why doesn't this social worker have what she needs to run her program? All she has to do is put in a request." "Not at the Children's Hospital. At the Castlebridge Community Medical Center." "We don't fund that hospital," Mother replied promptly. "Why not?" "The CCMC is run by independents who don't want to be associated with the royal party. Why not take up a project at one of the royal hospitals?" "Because I feel like I can really make a difference in this project." He hadn't planned on saying this, hadn't even thought about it yet, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he believed them. "The social worker has tried to apply for grants and sponsorships with no results. She didn't even get a reply with a rejection." Mother sat back and crossed her ankles. "We have people to sort through the proposals and requests, Henry. They're gatekeepers of sorts, so we don't have to spend time with it. What's her name?" She signaled Mr. Poe, and he walked to the desk, sitting in front of the computer. "Adrianne Blake." He spelled it for Mother's secretary. "What else do you know about the project?" Was she testing his interest? "There are children who spend a long time in hospital for treatment, and by the time they go home, they've fallen behind in their studies. The Healing Reading Project aims to bridge that gap by transitioning the children before they return." "How is that done?" "With the help of volunteers." Just then, a soft knock sounded at the door, and Mr. Poe approached to open it. A courier handed him a folder, and he took it to Mother. It shouldn't surprise Henry that the information she wanted had only taken a few minutes to arrive. Mother laid the folder down with the grant request on the coffee table, perched her glasses on her nose, and picked up the first page. "Adrianne Blake, 23, she read. Graduated last year from the University of Durham with a bachelor's degree in social work. Currently employed by the network of independent medical centers at the Castlebridge Community Medical Center. Have you met Miss Blake in person?" "I have." "She is quite attractive," Mother remarked casually while she perused the rest of the papers. Quite attractive was an understatement. "Is she?" What else could he say that wouldn't sound like he was crushing on Adrianne? Mother paused and looked at Henry over the frames of her glasses. He resisted the urge to squirm, as he had when he was younger and in trouble. She had an uncanny ability to know when he was stretching the truth. She stopped reading aloud as she went through the rest of the pages. "You surprise me, Henry. I had braced myself that you'd put up a fight to agree to work on a project, but you came to me first instead. I can't recall you ever being so proactive in matters of this nature." Henry smirked. "You wound me, Mother. Of course I'm proactive." She lifted an eyebrow. "I remember too well you taking matters into your own hands, especially when I didn't want you to." He had to agree with that, even if he didn't want to admit it to her. "Here's a copy of her formal request." She scanned the page and made some notes. "What are your plans?" That caught Henry by surprise. "My plans?" He hadn't thought about it past the possibility of personally working with Adrianne. "How involved are you planning to be with this project?" "As much as I can," he said without hesitation. That much was true. In her request, Miss Blake asked for a meeting with the royal representative to pitch her project. "Let's get it done, then." He was ready for it. Mother nodded and scribbled something at the bottom of the page, then handed the page to Mr. Poe. "Please arrange for it as soon as possible." She turned to Henry. "I hope you know you'll be representing the royal family, Henry." "Of course, Mother." Maybe he wasn't aware of every little detail required, but he was willing to learn and put in the necessary work to accomplish it. "It means you'll be present at meetings and press conferences, meet the children and their families, and work alongside the volunteers. It goes without saying that you'll be involved in a way to foster positive media attention." "Meaning, don't mess up, Henry?" he said in a teasing voice. "Yes, Henry, don't mess up." Mother let out a sigh. "After what happened with Alex and even Stefan, we don't want any kind of negative attention brought onto our family." "Yes, Mother." He had no intention of messing anything up. "Mr. Poe will get in contact with you a day in time for the meeting, and if you need any secretarial help, he will assist you as well." The old man nodded in Henry's direction from behind the computer. "In the meantime, I suggest you read up on protocols for grants and sponsorships and the participation of a royal member in social projects." "There are protocols for that?" She pinned a pointed look at him. "Of course there are." He hurried on to answer his own question. He should know better by now. There were protocols for everything. And when there weren't, new ones were promptly created. After saying goodbye, Henry left, and on his way to his apartment, his phone dinged with a message from Mr. Poe with the time for a meeting at the Community Medical Center on Monday. How fast and efficient. Henry shouldn't be surprised. Mother didn't like procrastination. This meant his weekend plans would have to be curtailed in order to prepare himself for this meeting. The reading of royal protocols was not a light task. At least Adrianne would be happy to finally get the funding for her project. Chapter 6. The knot in Adrianne's stomach had been growing since she'd received the email informing her she'd been granted a meeting with a royal representative. She got off the bus and walked the long way to the hospital, giving herself the time to organize her thoughts. After a hazy early morning, the sun had burned through the fog to reveal a bright blue day, the kind filled with sun and birdsong and the promise of everything going well. If only she dared hope it would. After months and months of waiting, and almost believing it would never happen, finding out the meeting was taking place today at 3 p.m. had taken her completely by surprise. The anxiety still crept in the corners, even as she tried to push it away. She had underestimated Prince Henry. When he'd offered to help, she hadn't really believed he would do anything about it. At the time, it had seemed like a pickup line, a way to impress her and fall in her good graces. But he had obviously arranged for the meetings as he'd promised,
and so quickly, too. Regardless of the outcome, thanks didn't seem enough. Although she'd meant to send him a text thanking him, she'd run out of time before leaving the house. After the meeting, she would be sure to express her gratitude. At first, Adrianne had panicked. She wasn't mentally prepared for it. But after the initial fear had subsided, she took a breath and calmed down. She had everything she needed for this meeting. She'd had it for months, and there were no questions or concerns they could ask that she couldn't answer. If the funding didn't come through, it wouldn't be for her lack of preparation. Who was the palace sending? Not Prince Henry, of course. She knew that much. The members of the royal cabinet probably had someone employed for the express purpose of meeting with the people who asked for money. When she arrived at the hospital, she took the elevator to the pediatric wing on the second floor. As she passed the nurses' stations on the way to her office, the head nurse called her over. "Mavis, how are you today?" Adrianne greeted her. "Is it true, Adrianne? I heard there's a royal representative finally coming to meet with you about your program?" "It is true," Adrianne said. She should have guessed the news would be common knowledge by now. Any kind of gossip at the hospital spread faster than germ-infected toys in a daycare room full of toddlers. "Are you ready for it?" Mavis asked, then handed over a copy of the sheet with the discharges and admittances. "I've been ready for the past 7 months. I can hardly believe it's finally happening," Adrianne said, holding onto the sheet to look at in her office. "I'm trying not to pin all my hopes on it." Mavis held up her hand. "I'm crossing my fingers for you. Do you know who they sent?" Adrianne shook her head. "I have no idea. The email said a royal representative. I'm just glad someone is coming." The phone rang, and Mavis hurried to answer it. "Castlebridge Community Medical Center. This is Nurse Mavis in the pediatric wing. How can I help you?" She flashed a thumbs up at Adrianne and mouthed, "Good luck." Adrianne waved goodbye and walked down the hall to her office, which was located next to the stairwell. She suspected the small, windowless room had been some kind of janitorial closet at one point. There was a drain in the middle of the floor that made the surface uneven and necessitated a wood shim under one of the legs of her desk. Industrial-looking metal shelving had been bolted to one of the walls, and she used it to place reference books and binders. The whole space wasn't large enough for much else, and she usually kept the door open to minimize the feeling of claustrophobia, as she always held her meetings with parents and guardians in one of the smaller conference rooms on the first floor. She didn't have to worry about closing the door for privacy. She called the facilities office to confirm the room for the meeting, and then went over her schedule and notes for the day, including the changes on the floor from the admittances and discharges paper Mavis had given her earlier. Adrianne received an updated list each day. Part of her responsibilities included meeting with the children whose parents and caregivers had given permission for them to participate in the healing reading program. After spending the next hour with the 3 boys in 4th grade, she came to the room at the end of the hallway and knocked lightly on the open door. "Anybody home?" she asked, peeking in past the privacy curtain. The little girl in the middle of the large bed turned towards Adrianne's voice, a wide smile brightening her features. "Adrianne, you came!" Adrianne smiled back. "Of course I came, Poppy." She looked around and found the other 2 beds empty. "You have the suite back to yourself, I see." Poppy opened her arms wide. "All to myself," she repeated, then scooted forward to the edge of the bed. "Cassie went home yesterday before dinner. I told her to eat dinner first, but she said no. Taylor's mom came after breakfast. You missed them both, and now it's just me again. Guess who came to see me?" "Who?"
"The Sullivans, but they didn't stay too long. Her tears leaked like last time, and he took her home."
Adrianne hurried to change the subject. Poppy was an orphan, and the Sullivans were a lovely couple who had looked into adopting her, but had been refused for Mrs. Sullivan's health issues. Adrianne didn't know the details, and nobody had told Poppy about the couple's intention. They came to see her once in a while, something that Adrianne couldn't quite understand on account of the emotional toll it took on them. "Did you do the homework I asked you to do?" Poppy was 6 and should have been in 1st grade by now, but she was behind due to long, repeated hospitalizations. The girl pulled out a pocket folder with bright flowers from the bedside table and opened the notebook inside. Adrianne watched attentively while Poppy showed her what she'd done since the previous week, 4 rows of wobbly letters forming her name. "Don't my letters look so good?" Poppy asked. She placed her finger on the page and traced the word Poppy, Poppy. Adrianne clapped. "Excellent work, Poppy." The little girl pointed at the page. "These red circles are the flowers like my name. See how they have black dots in the middle? Just like the real flowers." Adrianne praised her, then pulled out a whiteboard and the dry erase markers from the bedside table and helped Poppy practice writing the alphabet for the rest of her visit. When Adrianne returned to her office, she copied all her notes to each child's folder and recorded their progress in the online charts she developed for tracking the program. When she finally lifted her head from the computer screen, it was almost time for the meeting with the royal representative. Adrianne stood and stretched, breathing deeply, exhaling long. She gathered her laptop and the folder which contained her materials, slipped them into her bag, and locked the door behind her, then took the stairs down to the 1st floor. She'd planned to arrive early to sync the projector with her laptop, but when she approached the meeting room, 2 men in dark suits stood outside the door, 1 on each side. They looked serious, official, and barely glanced at her, but from the alert glint in their eyes, she knew they didn't miss anything around them. And, of course, their presence meant the royal representative should be arriving soon, or had already arrived. One of them asked for her ID, and she held up her lanyard for him to inspect the card. He took a long time doing it, as if he could scan the small piece of plastic with his eyes. The other took her bag and inspected the contents inside. "Thank you, Miss Blake," he said, opening the door for her. The back of the room was unlit, and she chose to keep it that way until the representative arrived. There were still 10 minutes before starting, and she walked straight to the front of the room where the projector sat, then placed her laptop next to it and connected it to the machine. She wanted to do a test run of her presentation and make sure it was working the way she expected it. "Looks good from here," a male voice said from the back of the room. Adrianne startled and squealed, her hand flying to her chest. "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you." She couldn't see into the back of the room, but that voice. The sound of a chair scraping the floor was followed by steps approaching, and the man finally moved into the light. "Hi, Adrianne," he said. "Prince Henry, what are you doing here?" He pulled out the seat next to her. "I'm here to watch your presentation and talk to you about your program." "You're the representative?" Surprise filled her voice. "Why didn't you say something?" "I didn't know at first," he said. "I hope it's not a problem." "But you're never involved in public charity work," she argued. "I haven't in the past, but don't you think this is the perfect project for that?" How could she say no to that? To him? He was charm personified, and his tone of voice and facial expressions acting as some kind of weapons of mass attraction, aiding and abetting the smile and the sparkle in his eyes. His irresistibility should be a crime, but she wouldn't fall for any of it. "Do you ever take anything seriously?" At this, he straightened in his seat, and a look passed in his eyes, which he quickly disguised. "I am taking this very seriously, and I intend to do anything I can to help." This time the earnestness was there, and she almost believed he meant what he said. Resigned, Adrianne turned to the projector. "Do you have anyone else coming, or is it just you?" "Other than my security detail, it's just me." Adrianne picked up the remote and stepped under the spotlight. "Are you the one who will be making the decision?"
He hesitated briefly. I'll relay my impressions to a committee. How much input did he have on the final decision? Whether he had a lot or a little, or even any at all, she was stuck with him. Might as well start. She took a quick breath and pointed the remote at the projector. Thank you for coming today. I appreciate this opportunity to tell you more about the Healing Reading Program at the Castlebridge Community Medical Center. The aim of this program is to help children regain their reading skills as they get ready to be discharged. Oftentimes, after a prolonged illness and hospitalization, children are unable to keep up, or they lose interest in reading, which means they'll fall behind when they return to school. Adrianne clicked through the images that went along with the script, sometimes reading the text, other times improvising a little. With the help of tablets and books, volunteers visit the children who are enrolled in the program for 10 to 30 minutes, depending on the age of the child. Prince Henry raised his hand, and she paused the slideshow. Yes, Your Highness. Just Henry's fine, he said casually. What is this about enrollment in the program? Since the program is a pilot, I need a signed permission from the parents or guardians before the child is added to the rotation of visits. How can anyone say no to you? Was that a wink? Excuse me, she asked. Do any of the parents really say no to the program? There was one case. The CCMC's administration just wants it to be very clear that participation is not mandatory. He nodded, seemingly satisfied with her answer, and Adrianne continued with her presentation, showing statistics, reading conclusions, and studying results. After a few minutes, Prince Henry raised his hand again. I apologize for interrupting again. He waited until she nodded, then went on. I can see that you have worked hard to prepare this presentation, but I'm not seeing your spark. My spark? She stared at him with a blank expression. Yes, your spark, your passion. Statistics alone are not going to impress me. Why should the royal family sponsor this program? Why do you need volunteers and tablets? He stood and approached her. Adrianne fought the urge to step away from him as he got closer. This was not how she'd envisioned the presentation to go. Why, oh why, hadn't the palace sent an employee? Why was Prince Henry here with his bright eyes, and the dark blue blazer, and the way his mouth curled in a small smile every so often? She'd been ready to deal with a regular person working for the royal family, not one of the royals himself. He took the remote from her and set it down, then settled his hands at the small of her back to guide her to a chair near his. Forget the slideshow and just tell me why the Healing Reading Program is so important. Adrianne slid into the chair, the pressure of his fingers warming her through the fabric of her top. He sat back down and crossed one leg over the other, waiting for her. She wanted to tell him everything. How she'd been one of those children hospitalized for so long, away from school and falling behind, with no one to help her read and catch up. That was the truth, the reason behind her passion for this program. She knew how these boys and girls felt because she'd been through the same thing. But she didn't tell him. Reading is so important, she started. These children go through so much already. The illness, being away from home and family, sometimes weeks and months at a time. Then they return to school and they're behind. Having someone to come read to them and with them is something simple, but the benefits are immeasurable. He didn't say anything for a long moment, his gaze pinned on hers with an intensity that almost had her believing he could read her thoughts. Email me your slideshow presentation and a list of the materials you need. He stood. We'll get started with the paperwork. Adrianne stilled. That's it? He nodded, smiling. It's a worthwhile program and it obviously needs the funds. Adrianne stood as well, as heat rushed into her neck and cheeks. I got it? I can't believe I got it. I don't know what to say. She was babbling, speaking too fast. It couldn't be this easy, could it? You could say thank you, he said with a certain pride in his voice. A simple thank you didn't seem enough, but she could start there. Thank you so much, Your Highness. Henry, he automatically corrected.
"Thank you, Prince Henry," she said. He laughed.
"You are stubborn, Adrianne Blake, but not as stubborn as I am."
She didn't care what he called her. She'd gotten the funding, and that was all that mattered. Chapter 7. Henry stretched in bed, and a smile reached his lips. He'd stayed up late filling online forms on behalf of the Healing Reading Program. After his meeting with Adrianne, they'd emailed back and forth for the rest of the day until he'd obtained all the information he needed. He jumped right into the process of applying for the funding, not wanting to lose any time. He hadn't been this busy with something worthwhile since his military service, and it felt good, really good. He had a purpose. Knowing that his efforts would result in direct help for the children at the medical center made the long night and less sleep worth it. By the time he got out of the shower, breakfast time had passed, and he called to the kitchen to have a breakfast tray delivered. He had plans to continue his research and then share his findings with Adrianne, if she met with him. His phone rang with a call from Father.
"Hello, Father. How are you?" "Henry, I need to see you in my office,"
he said in a terse voice. Henry sobered.
"Is everything okay?" "Just come right now, Henry."
When Henry arrived at his father's office, he also found Mother there, along with Miss Stanton, a royal press advisor, and a man he didn't know. Their grave facial expressions only confirmed his fears about something serious.
"What's going on?"
he asked. "Take a seat, Henry," Mother said.
"You know Miss Stanton, of course,"
Father said.
"This is Mr. Whitehouse. He's the executive administrator of charitable funds disbursement."
Mr. Whitehouse came across a request that was approved using your name. She lifted a page. "What do you know about the Healing Reading Program?"
"It's the charity I'm sponsoring."
The others in the room stared at him. They still hadn't told him what the problem was. Mother spoke first. "Is this the program run by the social worker you told me about?" Henry nodded.
"Her name is Adrianne Blake. She implemented the Healing Reading Program for children hospitalized at the Castlebridge Community Medical Center, but it's only a pilot program, and she needs funds to keep it going." "You can't approve the funding of social programs yourself, Henry,"
his father said.
"There are protocols for funding disbursement for a reason."
"Besides, we don't fund the CCMC," Mother said. "I already told you that. The royal family is directly involved with the Durham Royal Hospital and the Royal Children's Hospital."
"Why not?"
Henry asked, a hint of exasperation in his voice.
"Why can't we support more than one kind of hospital?" "There are political reasons and social implications involved,"
Father said. He looked in Mr. Whitehouse's direction. Mr. Whitehouse cleared his throat. "Unfortunately, I'm afraid the disbursement of charitable funds is not a simple matter that can be approved with a simple signature, even that of Your Highness." Henry stood, frustration mounting.
"This conversation is going in circles. Are you saying I can't allocate funds to the Healing Reading Program? I already told Miss Blake. Her request was approved. All of it, books, tablets, funds to hire and train supporting personnel."
He actually hadn't told Adrianne yet about the last part. He'd been waiting to surprise her. "That's unfortunate, Your Highness," Mr. Whitehouse said, then cleared his throat again. Henry shook his head, pacing in front of the window.
"I can't go back to Miss Blake and tell her it was all a mistake I made. I won't accept that."
He would never do that to Adrianne, even if he had to find another way to get her the money. He stopped at the idea.
"What if the Royal House of Durham is not involved?" "What do you mean?"
his father asked. This time, his parents and the royal employees turned to look at Henry with curiosity in their eyes. "It can't be from your private funds," Mother said.
"A public fundraiser?"
he offered. "As long as it doesn't bring any negative attention," Mother said with a long-suffering sigh. Miss Stanton readily agreed with Mother. "The latest polls indicate that public opinion is finally on the rise."
"I'm sure it's to do with my brother's wedding and engagement," Henry added. The people of Durham love royal weddings, it's true, Miss Stanton agreed. I'll reiterate what Queen Nicolette said. No negative attention, Your Highness. So I can go ahead and organize a fundraiser to benefit healing reading? Henry asked. Mother and father exchanged a look, then nodded at each other almost imperceptibly. You have permission to organize the fundraiser, his father replied. Miss Stanton and Mr. Whitehouse will apprise you of protocols involved for public fundraisers. Henry swallowed a groan. More protocols. By the time he left his father's office, Henry walked straight to the courtyard, anxious to be out in the open and away from the heavily furnished room. The 1-hour-long chastisement had been enough to last him a while. Sure, maybe he jumped too quickly into helping Adrianne, but she was on a tight deadline, and it didn't make sense to delay the funding. At least now the plan was in motion, and she had a good chance of attaining the support she needed for the children in the program. Henry descended the granite steps and walked around the gardens. The sun shone high and bright against a sky of crystalline blue, and the air smelled fresh yet heavy with the scent of spring flowers. The combination infused him with much-needed energy, and he felt ready to deal with anything, especially Adrianne. Instead of calling or sending her a text, Henry wanted to drive straight to the medical center to see her, but he didn't know her schedule. He pulled out his phone and sat down on a nearby bench. What time do you get out today? Too impatient to sit and wait for Adrianne's reply, Henry stood and walked the perimeter of the gardens. Her text came 10 minutes later. Not until 5. Is there a problem? No, I just need to give you an update, and it'll be better in person. I have 40 minutes for lunch at noon. Can you meet me in the parking garage next door? I don't want to be out in the open. He half expected her to say no, but she agreed to meet him. He resisted sending a comment about how fast she'd agreed to it, as it might come off as gloating, and he didn't want to antagonize Adrianne, especially since they'd been seeing each other on a regular basis now. In any case, a comment would have been inappropriate. She'd only agreed because of the program and the funding for it. Their relationship was professional for the time being, but in time, after his involvement was no longer needed, he hoped they'd have the chance for a closer social interaction, or even a friendship. After Gregson drove him to the parking garage, Henry had him park at the back, facing forward, from where he could see when Adrianne arrived. She came 10 minutes later, and he forced himself to stay by the car and not meet her halfway. Today she wore dark pants and a simple colored top, less elegant than the outfit she'd worn for the presentation, but nonetheless flattering. I only have 10 minutes, she said when she reached him. Henry pulled his sunglasses away briefly before putting them back on. Hello to you too, Adrianne. I apologize for my rude manners. How do you do, Your Highness? He smirked. I'm doing fine. Call me Henry. I'm so glad you're doing fine, Prince Henry. The corners of her mouth twitched. Was that a smile? What can I do for you? I'm sure you didn't call me here to exchange pleasantries. Right. It was so easy to get distracted in her presence. Would it be possible to set up a tour of the wing? Actually, 2 tours. A private one this week, and one with a camera crew to film a promotional spot for the fundraising next week. Adrianne stared at him and didn't reply right away. Well, this is awkward, Henry said to break the silence. I'm guessing you don't like the idea for the fundraiser? I'm going to invite several celebrities. It'll be a success, you'll see. I do like the idea, she said. I'm just amazed that the fundraiser is actually happening. Henry looked away and scraped his shoe on the cement floor. If she only knew how close he'd been to having it all canceled. So you're okay with showing me around the children's wing on the 2nd floor? Her eyes widened. Me? You want me to give you the tour? Yes, of course. You're the one behind the program. No one else would do. I'll have to ask the head nurse first, and if she agrees, the parents will have to sign a consent form. Absolutely, he agreed. She stared at Gregson, standing a few yards away.
I know you need your bodyguards with you, but they might intimidate the children. That was a good point.
What if I bring one of them instead of two?
Gregson glared at him, but Henry ignored him. It was the children's hospital, after all. How much security did Henry really need? He talked to his security detail once they returned to the palace. That would be better, Adrianne said. I'll have to talk to the executive administrator as well and see what he says. As long as you understand that the children are the main concern.
As they should be.
No disrespect meant, Your Highness.
None taken,
he replied quickly. Adrianne fidgeted for a moment, and Henry tried to find something else to say before the silence turned too long between them.
Is there a dress code at the medical center?
He asked. Excuse me?
I'm just wondering why you don't wear scrubs.
I could if I wanted. The dress code is not very strict for non-essential personnel, but I prefer to wear semi-casual clothes to put the children at ease. Scrubs would make me look like one of the nurses, and I like to establish a less prejudiced relationship when I meet a child.
That makes sense,
he said. Shapeless scrubs wouldn't have done her any justice anyway, but he kept the thought to himself. Adrianne grabbed her phone out of her pocket and glanced at the time. I should go. I still need to grab something to eat. Henry's shoulders fell.
I'm sorry. I should have thought of that.
I'll be okay. Don't worry about it. Do you have any questions or anything else to say before I leave?
Actually, yes.
He had a lot more questions, but the rest could wait for now.
I know public protocol dictates that you address me formally, but when it's just you and me, I'd prefer you call me Henry.
He smiled, hoping it had the desired effect. He was beginning to lose count of how many times he'd asked her the same thing. Thank you for reminding me, Your Highness. I'll make sure we're not alone next time. She bent her knee and dipped her head in what could only be a quick, clumsy curtsy, then exited the same way she'd come. There was that bit of cheekiness he'd glimpsed before. That was the Adrianne he wanted to know better. He could hardly wait. Chapter 8. Adrianne lost 15 minutes on Wednesday morning. She'd forgotten to charge her phone, and the alarm never went off. Of course, if she'd gone to bed at a decent time, she wouldn't have been so tired the next day. But despite knowing it wasn't a good idea, she wanted to know more about Prince Henry. Unfortunately, what she'd found on the internet hadn't been very favorable. Henry Somerset, the third in line for the throne of Durham, was dubbed by the press as the Playboy Prince. She'd known this already, but hadn't really looked into it until now. He had a very active social life, and there were pages of pictures of him with well-known celebrities, even the Cartwright triplet brothers, who owned several fancy hotel resorts around the world. What she didn't find were pictures of Prince Henry involved in charity events. Everyone else in his family had public appearances, photo ops, and even interviews about worthy causes, but not him. Other than his military service some years back, and that wasn't exactly the same. Why was he taking interest in her project? Why now? It didn't make sense to her. Of all the members of the royal family, he was the least qualified to lead the fundraising on behalf of a program such as hers. The irritation and annoyance at not understanding Prince Henry's motives for helping had lingered long enough to distract her from setting up her alarm and to keep her awake past a reasonable hour. She was paying for that today. As she tried to make up for the lost time throughout the morning, her efforts had the opposite result. By mid-morning, she was 20 minutes behind, and her tardiness had reached never-before-seen proportions. As if that wasn't enough, her phone remained uncharged and at the bottom of her purse, where she'd tossed it before leaving the house. When she passed by the nurse's station, Mavis waved a sheet of paper at her, and Adrianne veered in her direction. "You forgot to pick up the daily update," Mavis said, handing her the sheet. "I'm so sorry, Mavis. I should have come by already." She inhaled and tried to slow down her breathing. "Everything okay? What happened?" The older woman's concerned expression almost had Adrianne sitting down and telling all her problems. If only it were that simple. It's been one of those days. An explanation would take too long. Adrianne scanned the paper and made some notes with a red pencil she kept tied to her clipboard. "I'm starting with the boys in the East Wing," she told Mavis. "My phone is dead, so if anyone needs me, just call me over the PA system." As Adrianne walked to the other side of the building, she took a long breath and mentally ran through everything that still needed her attention today. One item sat at the top of her to-do list: preparing for Prince Henry's visit. He was coming tomorrow for the private tour he'd asked for. After spending part of her Tuesday talking to the chief nurse and several of the parents and settling the details for his visit, Adrianne had felt more at ease about his coming. Today wasn't going well, but that would hopefully change tomorrow by the time he arrived. For next week's visit, a camera crew would be trailing after him to film the promotional spot, and none of the parents she'd talked to had minded giving permission for their children to be seen with Prince Henry. Of course, she'd made sure to include the children who were more social. She had mixed feelings about the filming, but she was nonetheless grateful for the attention, as it would bring help to where it was truly needed. An hour later, after her visits to the boys, Adrianne stopped in Poppy's room. The door was ajar, and a male voice read from the slinky-dinky children's book, exaggerating the animal sounds and the silly rhymes. Poppy's giggles accompanied the reading, clear and candid and completely contagious. A smile tugged at the corner of Adrianne's mouth. That little girl had been through so much after the accident that had killed her family when she was 2. It warmed Adrianne's heart to hear such unrestrained joy, but who was reading to her with such enthusiastic theatrics? Adrianne tiptoed inside the room. On the small sofa by the window sat Poppy, and next to her, with the book held open on his lap, Prince Henry. Adrianne stared at the cozy scene. What was he doing here this early, and already interacting with the children? The sight of his dark hair next to the little girl's wispy blonde head somehow softened the contrast between them. He wore khaki pants and a dark blue polo shirt, casual and relaxed as if he were a normal guy, even a young dad reading to his little girl. The scene was beyond adorable, and her heart skipped a beat. Was there anything cuter than a grown man paying this kind of attention to a child? At the sound of her shoes scuffing the floor, both Poppy and Prince Henry looked up from the book. Poppy's expression bloomed in a wide smile. "Adrianne, come meet my friend Henry." She grabbed the prince's hand and tugged on it. "He is the best reader. He does all the right sounds from start to finish." Adrianne usually corrected how Poppy said her R's in some words, but the way she said the prince's name was so cute that she let it pass this time. Henry sat up at Adrianne's approach and smiled. "Your Highness," she said, "I didn't know you'd be here this early."
"Hello, Miss Blake. I left a message in your phone."
"That's my fault then. I forgot to charge my phone and I was running late this morning." She held on to the clipboard. "Are you looking to have the tour today instead of tomorrow?" "Why did you call him Your Highness?" Poppy interrupted. Adrianne smiled at the child's confusion. "I said Your Highness." She enunciated the syllables. Poppy scrunched up her little nose. "Why do you call him that? It doesn't sound like a very good name. His name is Henry. He told me so, and I like it much better."
Henry chuckled. "Thank you, Poppy. I like being called Henry better too, but Miss Blake keeps calling me this other weird name."
"Her name is Adrianne, not Miss Blake," Poppy said to Henry. Adrianne took the folding chair and sat down by Poppy. "Prince Henry likes to tease," she said with a serious face and a low voice. "You can't believe everything he says." "Prince Henry?" Poppy repeated, confusion wrinkling her small forehead. She turned to the prince. "Are you a real prince?" Henry sat back, clearly amused by the conversation.
Do I seem real to you?
Poppy reached her small hand and touched his smooth, shaven cheek, her brow scrunched in concentration. She looked up at the top of his head. "Where's your crown?"
I don't have one, but my father does, he replied.
Is your father the king? Henry nodded. Adrianne watched their interaction as the conversation went on about crowns and kings and the duties of princes. The easy rapport between them surprised her, the natural way they got along. What would the media say of this new facet of the playboy prince? This was eons away from his usual social scene. She still hadn't discussed with him her reservations at his involvement with the healing reading program, especially for his lack of prior experience with charity projects. But watching him and Poppy get along so well created more doubts for her, unable to discern who he really was. The prince who liked to party, or the prince who read silly stories to 6-year-old girls. Still, her reluctance to so freely accept this other side of Prince Henry was hard to ignore. Was he being genuine, or only putting on a show? Or was she letting her distrust and judgmental nature take over, as they always did? Being a cynic came naturally to her by virtue of past experience, and it wasn't always easy to accept change. The shift nurse came in to lower the blinds and return Poppy to bed for her afternoon nap. As any 6-year-old child, Poppy protested and didn't want to lie down until Prince Henry promised to return for another reading. Once Adrianne and Prince Henry left the room, the prince's bodyguard readily appeared and followed them a few paces behind. He too was dressed more casually than the day before, and, if not for his focused demeanor, he could have passed for a regular visitor. Apparently, neither of them wanted to draw attention, wearing sunglasses and casual clothes. But how many people wore sunglasses inside? "Please excuse my curiosity, Your Highness," Adrianne said, "but how did you arrive here today without an official escort or the proper announcements?" He looked at her pointedly when she addressed him by his title, but didn't comment on it.
My security detail found out that tomorrow's visit was leaked, and I'd rather not have the media waiting for me outside.
Adrianne stopped and turned to him. "Do you think I leaked the information?"
No, of course not,
he replied without hesitation.
They've already dealt with it, so don't worry about it.
They resumed walking.
I had Gregson bring me through the service stairs after calling ahead to the hospital security manager today. I'll leave the fanfare for the press tour and filming next week.
Adrianne glanced at him. "Fanfare?"
It means to give something or someone a lot of attention,
he replied. "I know what it means," she said. "I just thought you liked that sort of thing." His social life was a favorite subject of several national tabloids almost every week.
Media has its uses, Prince Henry said, but despite what you think of me, I don't go seeking the spotlight.
Sorry I said anything. Adrianne quickly defended herself. Maybe she'd thought it, but she certainly hadn't meant it out loud and in public, and neither to him. As they walked down the hallway, the stares and double takes from almost everyone who passed by them were hard to miss, but nobody approached or interrupted. Adrianne took Prince Henry first by the older children's rooms, where she sat down with a small group and engaged them in a reading game. Then they visited the rest of the children in order of age, as she explained to the prince how the program dealt with the grade differences and individual needs. For someone who'd never done charity projects before, Prince Henry behaved like he'd been doing it forever. He had a kind word for each child, got down to their level to talk to them, and shook hands with parents. He was a natural. When they were done, he asked to see her office, and she led the way. "You have a gift for making people feel important," Adrianne said to him. He tilted his head a little.
Thanks to the education I received when I was younger.
Education helps, I'm sure, but kindness is not completely learned. His lack of reply baffled her. She thought he'd be bragging more about his stellar qualities, but he remained quiet. She stopped in front of her office and unlocked the door. "This is it. Not much, but better than nothing, I guess." She turned on the overhead light and swung the door open. Prince Henry took a step toward the threshold.
It's a broom closet.
A slight tone of indignation in his voice.
You do know this is not an office?
It's my own space, and it has a door with a lock, so I'm not going to complain. It's the best the medical center can do for me with their limited funds and space. The children always come first. He regarded her quietly and nodded, then walked back to the staircase. How did you end up in Poppy's room? Adrianne asked.
I had Gregson find out which child had not received any visits today, and her name was at the top of the list.
Poppy's family died in a car accident when she was 2 years old, her parents and an older brother. The accident left her severe injuries requiring multiple surgeries, and she can't walk. She's a ward of the kingdom and doesn't have a family to come visit her. Adrianne's chest squeezed, as it usually did when she thought of Poppy. Her court-appointed guardian does the best she can, but Poppy is not her only responsibility. Prince Henry slowed down his pace.
I don't have any experience with children, but she seems to be quite normal and most adorable. Have the social workers not been able to find a family who will adopt her?
There was a couple, but their petition was rejected. Most couples want healthy children, and Poppy has been in and out of the hospital for most of her short life.
How old is she now?
The prince asked. She'll be 6 soon.
So this hospital is all she knows?
Adrianne nodded. Pretty much. Now that her immune system is getting stronger, we're trying to get her ready to start school and return to the group home.
That's sad.
His tone of voice reflected his expression. Adrianne stopped and turned to him. Unfortunately, it's the only reality she knows. Your visit was most likely the highlight of her week. He nodded gravely, but didn't comment further. When they arrived at the nurse's station, the hospital executive administrator and the nurse manager stood by the counter, obviously waiting for the prince's arrival. Despite the prince's semi-disguise, his presence at the medical center must have been leaked. Mr. Ainsworth, the executive administrator, approached. Your Highness, thank you for coming. His hands remained at his side until the prince extended for a shake. Was that some part of a royal protocol? Adrianne clasped her hands behind her back to hide her discomfort and sweaty palms. She remembered her second encounter with Prince Henry when she'd met him at the shortcut garden to return his credit card. She especially remembered the way she'd shook his hand without him initiating it. Maybe it was time to buy a book on royal protocol and learn some manners so she could avoid committing more faux pas in the future.
Thank you for having me,
Prince Henry said. Is there anything we can do for you today?
I'm all right, thank you, the prince said. Miss Blake is doing an excellent job.
Adrianne resisted the urge to step back.
I'm looking forward to your official visit next week, Your Highness,
the executive administrator said.
It's my pleasure,
the prince replied. After an uncomfortable pause, Prince Henry thanked the executive administrator and the nurse manager, then turned to Adrianne.
Shall we continue?
She nodded in acknowledgement and led him through the set of double doors to the building's emergency stairwell with the tall bodyguard behind at a discreet distance.
I really wish you'd stop curtsying,
Prince Henry said when they were out of earshot from the others. Her cheeks heated. I didn't curtsy at all today.
Not today, but you have before. I just forgot to mention it.
I'm not familiar with all the rules and royal protocol, but I thought curtsies were a sign of respect.
I'm not fond of protocol, and I dislike rules even more,
he replied casually. Somehow, that didn't surprise her. Chapter 9. Where had this nervous feeling come from? Henry's official tour of the Castlebridge Community Medical Center was taking place this morning. In the afternoon, he was accompanying Oliver to the Crowland Stakes, the horse races to determine which teams of horse and rider would qualify at the Royal Stakes, the largest equine event in the country. Henry wasn't a horse aficionado like his cousin, but the event was usually entertaining and a good source of leads for new acquisitions for the royal stables. He just wished he didn't have to go today, since he wanted the option of spending more time discussing things with Adrianne after the tour of the CCMC was over. Once the invitations had gone out to the media, the speculation about his motives hadn't stopped. It was public knowledge the royal family hadn't offered financial support to the medical center before, and Henry's appearance had attracted a lot of attention. Hopefully, this meant the fundraiser would be a success, because that was all that mattered to him. When he arrived at the medical center, the entrance was packed with journalists and gawkers lining the sidewalk. For the sake of publicity, he entered through the main doors, where the journalists and photographers were camped with their equipment. The royal channel had a cameraman and a sound technician following the entourage to cover the tour and air it on television and social media. Mr. Ainsworth, the executive administrator, awaited Henry in the lobby, where he introduced him to each department's head doctor, followed by the shaking of hands and the posing for pictures. Immediately after, Mr. Ainsworth took Henry on a tour of the ground floor, which included a reception desk and waiting area, the emergency clinic, laboratories and imaging centers, and a cafeteria. Since the medical center was considerably smaller than the Royal Hospital in the capital of Durham, all the services ran on a smaller scale. Through it all, Henry smiled and answered questions about his support and sponsorship, all while looking for Adrianne. At the first opportunity, he turned to Stevens. "Find Miss Blake." Stevens nodded and set off. Where was she? He should have sent her a text in the morning to coordinate where to meet with her. He'd come for the express purpose of having her as the tour guide for his visit of the second floor, but the medical center's executive administrator was too keen on keeping himself glued to Henry's side. He couldn't blame the man. Henry's visit was a big deal for the medical center, and the implications that came with it. Stevens returned a few minutes later and conveyed the information so only Henry could hear it. "Miss Blake is in the children's wing, waiting for your highness." The tension in Henry's shoulders eased immediately, and he spent the next few minutes extricating himself from the people around him without them realizing his plan. When the elevator doors opened to the second floor, Henry scanned the area. A smile pulled at the corner of his lips when he found Adrianne leaning against the wall, past the nurses' station, where some of the nurses and other personnel had congregated. His heart skipped a beat when she smiled at him, and a sense of relief washed over him. He was so much happier at seeing her than he thought he'd be. Once again, Mr. Ainsworth took the lead. Henry quickly schooled his features to hide his annoyance. There was nothing he could do or say to stop the executive administrator that wouldn't bring some kind of negative attention, especially with so many people around and a channel crew following. The last thing Adrianne and her program needed was bad publicity. After the filming crew finished setting up, they fitted Henry with a lapel microphone, and a makeup person dusted his face. Then they gave him a copy of the script, which had the itinerary for the second floor, the stops, and his lines. This was more professional than he'd anticipated, but Miss Stanton, the palace's public relations specialist, had set it up and hired the crew, and there was nothing she couldn't pull off with the utmost level of professionalism. What Henry couldn't see was the part where he interviewed Adrianne about the program. He frowned. "Is there a problem, Your Highness?" the filming director asked. "Where's the interview with Miss Blake?" Henry replied with his own question. "Who's Miss Blake?" "She's the social worker in charge of the healing reading program," Henry said. "If I'll be talking about the program, then I need to interview the person who implemented it, don't you think?" He gestured toward Adrianne, and she nodded back at him. The director walked over to a woman, and they conferred animatedly for a few minutes. When they were done, the man stopped in front of Henry. "If the filming goes well, let's see if we can hold the interview at the end." If the filming went well? What did that mean? Why wouldn't it go well? Before Henry had a chance to voice his concerns, they directed him toward a mark on the floor and started rolling. 20 minutes later, Henry knew exactly what they meant. So, he was not an actor. He already knew that, and he'd never had aspirations. But why did they make him repeat his lines and start over from the top 2, 3, and even 4 times? So many takes. At this rate, the 3.5 minutes of final footage they needed would take 2 hours of filming. The crew stayed in front of him and everyone else behind. His security detail, the executive administrator, and some others he didn't even know. Adrianne stood at the very back. After a particularly hard take, the director told everyone to take a 5-minute break. His phone pinged with an incoming message. He pulled it out and glanced at the screen. It was her. "Hang in there. You're doing great."
You can see the frustration on my face, can't you?
He looked up to find her, and they exchanged a smile. "It can't be that bad, can it?" she asked. Henry looked in her direction again and held up his palm at a 90-degree angle, then moved it back and forth twice for the universal sign for so-so.
Any minute now, they're going to realize how bad I am at this and fire me.
"You're the prince. They're not going to fire you. From where I stand, you look great." He waggled his eyebrows at her.
I look great, huh? On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the greatest, how much would you give me?
He didn't get to see what she would reply as the filming director called everyone back. When the tour was done and the Royal Channel crew left, Henry thanked Mr. Ainsworth and the few personnel with him. Adrianne approached, her hands clasped in front of her. "Thank you for coming, Your Highness. We appreciate your efforts for the fundraising benefiting the Healing Reading Program." The others around him immediately turned their attention to Adrianne. Henry ignored them and took a step toward her, then reached out his hand, and after a brief hesitation, she took it. They stood with their hands clasped before he had the presence of mind to say something in return.
I'm the one who should thank you for developing such a worthwhile program to benefit the children who come to the medical center.
He was rambling, and he knew that. But holding Adrianne's small hand in his had him wishing he could pull her in and wrap his arm around her, maybe even kiss her. Only this wasn't the right time, and definitely not the right place. Would she even welcome a kiss from him? After another round of thanks to the personnel present, Henry promised to stay in touch about the fundraiser and took the elevator with Gregson and Stevens. As soon as he was out of sight, Henry pulled on his sunglasses. Not a great disguise, but enough to deter people from approaching. Instead of leaving through the main doors, they exited through a delivery door and crossed a back alley into the garden Adrianne had told him about. Once they arrived, Henry pulled out his phone while Gregson did a security sweep of the surroundings, and Stevens stayed by his side, scanning the area from behind his dark sunglasses. He sent a text to Adrianne.
Can you meet me in the garden?
Give me 15 minutes. She arrived in 12, just as he'd begun to run out of patience, looking fantastic in the dark slacks and blouse she'd worn today. A bit dressier than her usual outfits, and he couldn't stop himself from wondering if she'd done it on account of his official visit. "You did great today," Adrianne said as she sat down at the other end of the bench he occupied.
I'm sorry the director took over everything,
Henry said to her.
That was not in my plans.
She shrugged. "As long as the program gets the attention it needs, I don't care. I figured he would, since he does it all the time."
It doesn't make it right,
Henry said.
I don't want you to worry about the fundraiser. I'll be securing the venue this week, and as soon as that's finalized, I'll send out the invitations.
Who will be invited? Henry smiled, unable to hide his satisfaction for the great ideas he'd already had.
People I know who will donate generously, celebrities and such.
Just then, Gregson interrupted them.
I beg your pardon, Your Highness, but it's time. Thank you, Gregson,
Henry said, then turned to Adrianne.
I apologize. I have this prior commitment with my cousin Oliver, and he'll be disappointed if I don't show up.
He'd rather stay and talk to Adrianne, but Oliver was counting on him. She stood, and the movement carried a fresh scent. I have to go back to work. Thanks again for the visit. Do you know when the segment is airing? Henry rose, and for a crazy moment, he wanted to step closer and smell her. Instead, he put some distance between them.
I'm not sure, but I think at the 8 o'clock news. I'll find out and let you know.
She nodded. Thank you. He was about to offer his hand to shake hers, but Adrianne left quickly. Henry watched her go, happy he'd asked her to come. She hadn't used his name, but she hadn't called him by his titles either. Could this be progress? When he arrived back at the palace, Oliver was already waiting for him by the garage. I'm guessing you want to drive, Oliver said. Henry smirked. You know me well, cousin. Oliver wasn't a fan of showy cars. He preferred his horsepower in its natural form. Henry didn't get to drive the Aston Martin every day, and this was the kind of event that called for it. Both their security detail drove in separate cars, one in front and one in behind, and Henry appreciated the privacy as he and Oliver set off to Crowland. How did the tour of the medical center go this morning? Oliver asked. Pretty well. I'm hoping the news coverage airing later today will increase awareness to it. You've really taken to that project, haven't you? Oliver asked. It feels good to do something worthwhile, Henry replied. Truth be told, he'd taken to the children just as much as he'd taken to a certain social worker with green eyes. Did that give him the wrong motivation for his involvement? He didn't want to think about that kind of moral issue yet. Are you staying for the after-party? Henry asked Oliver. The celebration after the race honored the winning team of horse and jockey, and it was always well attended by illustrious guests from Durham and abroad. I'll get a ride with Evans and Roberts, Oliver replied, pointing to the car ahead of them. We can drive back together, Henry said. I'm not staying today. Too much to do for the fundraiser. You've changed in the past few weeks, Oliver said. There was no accusation in his tone, only curiosity. Gone is the party-going Henry who always stayed all night celebrating. Not every time, Henry protested feebly. Almost every time, and you know it. Oliver was right. Henry had changed some, and he realized he didn't mind the change. After leaving Castlebridge, Henry bypassed the exit to the scenic country road and took the motorway to Crowland. The day was clear and warm, and the sky a bright, shiny blue, and even though the scenery was somewhat different, it reminded him of the time he'd run out of gas on a remote country road. Hadn't this recent change started back then? Do you realize that we're the last two, Ollie? Oliver raised an eyebrow. The last two what? The last two unattached, Henry replied. Alex is married, and Stefan is almost there. Our cousin Nicholas is married. Carlos of Aragonia is married, and even Max is getting married before Stefan. Oliver chuckled. Sure, when you put it that way, we are the last two. And here you and I are, perfectly single and free. Henry adjusted the clutch. Doesn't that make you wonder what's wrong with us? There's nothing wrong with waiting for the right time and the right person. What's going on? Why are you in this self-reflecting mood? Henry shrugged. Maybe I got tired of myself. Tired of doing the same things and getting the same result. Tired of his reputation as the playboy prince when he'd never been a playboy in the strictest sense of the word. He hadn't minded the epithet before. At one point, he'd even been foolishly proud of it. Like Oliver had said, clubbing and party-going had been Henry's way. But now he didn't care for it. He had a feeling Adrianne didn't either. And this has nothing to do with the social worker at the medical center? Oliver asked. Henry played the clueless part. Who? I overheard Aunt Nicolette say something to Uncle about a young and pretty social worker. Henry gripped the wheel tightly. You mean Adrianne Blake? She's the social worker in charge of the healing reading program. Oliver gave Henry a knowing gaze. So there is someone. Henry wished there was. Adrianne has high standards that don't include me. Ouch, Oliver said. Sorry, man. Me too. He'd just begun realizing how truly sorry he was. When they arrived in Crowland, the grounds were packed as usual. The Crowland Stakes attracted horse racing aficionados from all around the country as the second largest racing event. As soon as Henry parked in front of the Somerset garage, a flock of socialites swarmed in front of the roped-off area, waiting for them to exit. Oliver groaned. I'll meet you at the tent." He exited in one fluid motion, waved at the crowd as several people snapped pictures, and quickly made his way to the observation enclosures with his bodyguards close at his side. Henry waited until Stevens and Gregson met him at the car door before exiting. Waves and cheers immediately started, calling his name for attention as they held up their phones. He straightened to his full height, buttoned his suit jacket, and waved back with a large smile. Then he approached the cordon to shake hands, pose for a few pictures, and sign autographs. When a group of 3 university-aged girls leaned toward him too close for a selfie, Gregson intervened to peel them away from Henry's arm, but not before the girls got the picture they wanted. In the past, Henry had always enjoyed this kind of attention, but today it fell flat. Had it always been like this? Or had he changed, like Oliver pointed out? Chapter 10. Adrianne entered the kitchen on Monday morning, starving. She'd slept well, had woken earlier than usual, and was looking forward to the start of the week after the weekend break. Prince Henry's tour of the medical center had aired over the weekend, and she was anxious to know what the public opinion said about it. He still hadn't told her the date for the fundraiser, or what he had planned for the night. Maybe she'd send him a text later. She found Declan at the kitchen table, the newspaper spread in front of him, and a cup of black coffee close at hand. "You're up early," he said, placing the newspaper down on the table. "Kind of surprising to see you out of bed already on a Monday morning." "I woke up in the mood to cook a big breakfast before I leave," Adrianne said. She opened the refrigerator and looked inside. "We're out of bacon. Looks like it'll be a regular breakfast instead." She pulled out the ingredients to make omelets stuffed with green peppers and mushrooms. When she turned around, Declan had poured a cup of coffee for her. "Sit down for a minute. Breakfast can wait a little. Byron and Colin are still in bed." Adrianne slid into the closest chair, picked up the mug, and took a careful sip. "Thanks. This is just what I needed. How are you? You've been so busy and gone all the time, we hardly see you anymore." "Busy is good," she said before taking another sip. "How's work going? Anything new or worth mentioning?" While it was true she hadn't spent much time at home lately, Declan hadn't interrogated her like this in a while. He must have something in mind. She cocked her head and put down her cup. "Yes, actually, I do have something new to mention." A little smile turned the corners of her mouth. "I finally got the funding I needed for the program." Declan's expression bloomed. "That's awesome, Adrianne. I know how hard you've worked for it and how long you've been waiting. How did it happen?" She lifted a shoulder. "Well, I haven't actually received it yet, but there's going to be a fundraiser to benefit the program." "Are you sure you can trust him?" Declan asked her. Adrianne frowned. "Trust who? What are you talking about?" Declan picked up the newspaper, opened it, and splayed it on the table for her to see. Adrianne turned it sideways to get a better look at the title, Boy Scout or Playboy. Beneath the title, there were 2 pictures of Henry. The one on the left showed him shaking her hand at the medical center, and the one on the right showed him at an outdoor public event, surrounded by girls posing for pictures with him, his Aston Martin in the background. She read the caption, "Who is Prince Henry? Philanthropist or party boy? Don't be fooled by Prince Henry's public sponsorship of the CCMC. He still has the knack to find all the pretty girls at the horse races." The rest of the article went on with a brief mention of the fundraiser and a play-by-play of his visit to the Crowland horse races with his cousin, Prince Oliver, implying Prince Henry couldn't be taken seriously and would soon drop his public support. A wave of heat spread from her neck to her face, and she clasped her hands on her lap under the table, unable to hold back the trembling in her fingers. Adrianne sat speechless for a short moment, as she got hold of her feelings, then folded the newspaper gently and pushed it towards Declan. "I'm sure he attends a lot of events, and not all of them are serious." It sounded exactly like what it was, a poor excuse, even to her own ears. "I'll repeat my question," Declan said. "Can you trust him?" She nodded, but the conviction to form the words failed her. "Everyone knows he's always been less responsible than the rest of the family," Declan said. "I'd hate to see you pin all your hopes on whatever he's told you he's doing and be left with nothing." "Prince Henry wouldn't do that, would he?" "But he's a prince." Was she trying to convince her brother or herself? "He's just a man, Adrianne," Declan said. "Being a prince doesn't make him a better person than anyone else." "Yes, I know that." She knew it on an intellectual level, but emotionally she'd been taken by Prince Henry's charming personality, and it was hard to admit to herself that maybe there was some truth to Declan's words. He reached over and held her hand. "I'm sorry for being so blunt, but it's better to have your eyes wide open now." He was right, of course. Declan had assumed the role of father figure in the family after the accident that had claimed their parents' lives. Sometimes he took it too seriously, but she knew he did it out of love, and so did Colin and Byron. Declan opened up the newspaper to the sports section, and she stood to dice the vegetables for the omelets. Colin and Byron joined them not much later, and she served breakfast to her brothers, glad for the chance to have some time with them before they all went their separate ways. It reminded her of all the times they'd let her pretend she was in charge of the kitchen when she was younger. The memory brought a smile to her lips. After cleaning the kitchen, Adrianne walked 2 houses down the street to the west and knocked on Mrs. Hastings' door.
"Come in, it's open,"
Mrs. Hastings called from inside. As usual, the old lady sat in the recliner in front of the large television, and as usual, the Royal Channel was on. Royal news, royal gossip, and a well-curated mix of both at all hours of the day. "How are you, Mrs. Hastings?" Adrianne asked. She dropped a kiss on her head. "I'm going to the market later today. Do you need anything?"
"You're such a dear to offer, Adrianne."
She gestured over her shoulder.
"There's an envelope with cash in the shopping list."
Adrianne tucked the envelope in her purse. "Anything you need before I leave, Mrs. Hastings?" When the lady didn't reply, Adrianne looked at the television where the news clip for the CCMC with Prince Henry was playing. His amazing blue eyes and irresistible smile filled the screen. She leaned against the wall and watched, completely understanding Mrs. Hastings' undivided attention. The next frame showed him talking to the children, and Adrianne's heart melted at the sight every time.
"Don't tell anyone, but Prince Henry is my favorite of the lot,"
Mrs. Hastings said with a wink. "Despite his reputation?" Adrianne asked. Mrs. Hastings scoffed.
"He's no more a playboy than I'm a playgirl."
She chuckled at her own joke.
"It's all for show, I tell you."
The old lady paused and eyed Adrianne.
"Don't you work at the medical center?"
"Yes, I'm a social worker, and I work with the children," Adrianne replied. Mrs. Hastings already knew that, but she forgot sometimes.
"So you go there a lot?"
the lady added. Adrianne nodded. "I do." Mrs. Hastings pointed the remote at the television.
"Did you see him there when they were filming?"
"I did." The old lady perked up.
"How close did you see him?"
"Close enough to shake his hand," Adrianne said. Mrs. Hastings' eyes rounded in awe.
"Adrianne Blake, you've been holding out on me."
She must not have seen the picture of the prince shaking Adrianne's hand in the newspaper.
"Now tell me, is he as handsome as he looks on TV?"
Adrianne took a deep breath. If only. He's much better in real life. That was the problem. The clock chimed from the kitchen, and Adrianne startled. "I must go. I'll check with you later, Mrs. Hastings."
"Shake his hand for me, girl,"
the old lady called after Adrianne as she left the house. "Not if I can help it," Adrianne muttered to herself, not wanting Mrs. Hastings to hear the comment. She wouldn't understand it. The few times Prince Henry had shaken Adrianne's hand, she'd enjoyed it too much. That was a bigger problem. When she arrived at the second floor, Paulette, the head nurse for the shift, greeted her and handed her the update sheet for the day. Adrianne scanned the paper and frowned when she noticed 3 of the children were no longer enrolled in the program. What happened to Clayton, Matthew, and Amelia?
I'm sorry, Adrianne, Paulette said, handing her a folder. We had some parents retract their permission. I printed their emails for you.
Adrianne opened the folder to find exactly what Paulette had said. Emails asking to have the children removed from the healing reading program. That doesn't make any sense, she said. Why didn't they email me to discuss their concerns? Paulette winced. I'm sorry. I shouldn't tell you this, but I heard a rumor some people were not impressed with Prince Henry's involvement. She lowered her voice for the last part. Thank you for telling me, Adrianne said. She entered her office and sat for a few minutes, gathering her thoughts. First Declan, and now this. Had she made a mistake accepting Prince Henry's sponsorship? Despite her brother's words and the 3 children who had left the program, she still had hope Prince Henry would come through for the fundraiser. He seemed to be doing everything right, even if the public opinion was less favorable. As Adrianne stood to file away the printed emails, an envelope on the floor grabbed her attention. She didn't have a dedicated mailbox, and her mail was usually pushed under the door when she was away from her office. The envelope was an internal letter, since it lacked a stamp or a post office cancellation, but the return address was the general one for the medical center, and it lacked a specific department. An anxious kind of curiosity jumped in her chest, and she hurried on to slide a finger under the flap. She scanned the letter, hardly believing what it said. The administration of the medical center had reviewed the goals and intents of the healing reading program against the last quarterly results to conclude the program was not viable. Unless the proposed fundraiser came through by the end of the month, the program would be cut and she would be reassigned to another department. Adrianne read it once, twice, her mind absorbing the meaning of the words and her heart refusing to accept the finality. Now more than ever, the success of the fundraiser was fundamental to the success of the program. After debating whether or not she should tell Prince Henry about the letter, she decided to keep it to herself for now. The added pressure wouldn't make a difference anyway. The rest of the day dragged on. She took extra care in interacting with the children with a smile and warm words, and the time she spent with each one reminded her of the reason why she did her job. On her way out at the end of the day, she saw Prince Henry and his bodyguards enter the service elevator. He wore dark sunglasses, as if that was the best disguise he could come up with. What was he doing here? Had she missed a text? She turned off her phone after lunch, so it was possible he tried to contact her. When he noticed her, he extended his arm to keep the doors from closing and called out to her.
Miss Blake, would you ride down with me? I have some news for you.
She might as well. Her curiosity was too great, not to mention she ought to become more involved with his plans. The doors closed behind her.
It's good to see you,
Prince Henry said. He motioned her to the back of the elevator's cab with him, and the bodyguards resumed their position at the front. He didn't proffer his hand to shake hers, and Adrianne was half tempted to offer hers anyways. Instead, she grabbed onto her purse's strap to stop her hands from fidgeting, mindful of the close distance between them. In the small space of the elevator cab, it was only too easy to be so aware of him. The scent of his cologne, the way he looked, and what he wore today. Why did she have to notice everything about him? He pulled off his sunglasses to look at her, and she almost told him to put them back on. Those blue eyes of his were too much at times, more times than she cared to admit to herself. "Thank you, it's good to see you too," she said. "What brought you here today?"
"I came to read to Poppy," he replied with a hint of reluctance.
"You read?" The words flew out of her mouth before she thought of their implication. He turned to her, an incredulous look in his eyes.
"Excuse me?"
The elevator doors opened, and his bodyguards flanked their way to the side exit as the prince walked fast. Adrianne kept pace. "That's not what I meant. I apologize," she rushed to say, already feeling the heat in her cheeks. "Of course you read. I just didn't know you were still reading to Poppy." It surprised her he was still coming, especially after being done with the tour. She thought he would have left under the fundraiser, but she was wrong. Was there someone he was trying to impress, or was he genuine in his interest?
"There are lots of things you don't know,"
Prince Henry commented. At this point, that was the only thing she did know. They arrived at the parked car, a black sedan with heavily tinted windows, and one of the bodyguards slipped behind the wheel. The other opened the passenger back door and stood by it, waiting for the prince. An awkward pause followed, and Adrianne hurried to snuff it. "So what is the news you have for me?"
"Right. We have secured a venue for the fundraising dinner and ball to benefit the Castlebridge Community Medical Center."
He gestured across the street.
"The owner of the indoor rink agreed to donate its use."
"That's good news, Your Highness," Adrianne said.
"We'll have some celebrities on the guest list. Celebrities are usually generous in their donations, and it prompts others to do the same,"
he said, amusement tinging his words.
"When I return from my friend's wedding, we should talk to meet about the fundraiser."
She nodded. "If you don't mind my asking, how have you been able to do all this?"
"Should I take offense you doubt my skills, Miss Blake?"
If his expression hadn't been playful as he asked her the question, Adrianne would have believed she'd committed another faux pas. "No offense meant, Your Highness," she quickly said. "I assumed you didn't have any experience in planning fundraisers, but you seem to be doing it well."
"If you must know, we have an excellent public relations specialist in the palace, and she's been guiding me. With me as the official host, success is guaranteed."
He raised an eyebrow and smirked. That was the same expression he'd had in the picture of him at the races, with all the girls around him. He was awfully sure of himself. "That sounds like the kind of boasting the Playboy prince would say," she said, more casually than what she meant. His demeanor changed immediately.
"What do you mean by that?"
She shouldn't have made that comment, but it was too late now. "I don't mean anything," she hurried to reply. "It's what the media says about you, and I saw the picture in the newspaper. The one of you at the horse races in Crowland." A muscle in his jaw tightened.
"The media doesn't know anything. All they do is judge, and apparently you like to do the same. For your information, I don't sleep around, Miss Blake. I kiss around sometimes, and a camera is usually there to record and exacerbate the act. That's how much privacy I have. If that makes me the Playboy prince, then I guess I'm a playboy."
He turned away from her, anger and purpose in his long stride. After a few paces, he stopped and walked back with intention clearly written in his expression. Adrianne held her ground.
"A word of advice, Miss Blake. You shouldn't pay attention to everything the media says. I thought you'd know me better by now, but I guess I was wrong."
For a moment, the hardness in his eyes slipped, and a hint of vulnerability flashed at her. But as fast as it showed, it disappeared with him. Adrianne stood watching him enter his car and leave the parking level with his bodyguards in the front seats. Guilt pricked at her chest. If only she could take her words back.
Chapter 11. 2 days later, Henry boarded the airplane where his cousin already awaited him. The Kingdom of Durham owned a small private jet for official events, and Max's wedding to his American fiancée Julie Winters qualified as such. As Max's personal friend, Henry had volunteered to attend instead of one of his brothers. In truth, with Alex recently returned from his honeymoon with his new wife and Stefan planning a wedding with his fiancée, nobody had been opposed to Henry representing Durham in Markendom.
He'd asked Emma to accompany him since his sister Charlotte was still in South Africa, and because attending a wedding alone was just out of the question, much less taking someone with whom he wasn't in a relationship.
"There's my favorite cousin,"
Henry said, leaning to brush a kiss on Emma's cheek. He took the seat across from her. She chuckled. "I bet you say the same thing to Oliver."
"Maybe, but he's not as pretty as you. How was Africa?"
"Absolutely amazing." Her expression softened. There's such a fierce beauty there. Not just the landscape, but the people and even the animals. You should go, Henry. I bet you'd love it.
"I'll think about it."
He removed his suit jacket and handed it over to the crew member with a nod of thanks.
"Tell me, how's Charlotte getting along in Africa?"
Emma fidgeted. "Have you not talked to her lately?"
"She video chats with Mother and Father once a week, and I make a point to be there when I can. But you know how Charlotte is. She could be on her deathbed, and she wouldn't tell anyone."
Growing up with 3 older brothers had made Charlotte believe she needed to prove herself. She was fiercely independent, to a fault. "She's doing great. You don't need to worry about her," Emma said, turning to look out the small window. Henry would believe Emma better if she would look at him. He rested his fingers on her forearm.
"Emma, you'd tell me if there was something going on with Charlotte, wouldn't you?"
She paused and met his eyes. "She's fine, she's happy, and she loves the work there. There's nothing to tell." A nervous smile touched her lips. "Now tell me what you've been doing. What is this I hear about the fundraiser for the Castlebridge Community Medical Center?" Henry saw her question for what it was, not only curiosity, but also a change of topic. He let it pass for now, but made a mental note to have a real talk with Charlotte by the end of the week.
"I met this social worker who runs a program called Healing Reading at the medical center."
Henry told Emma about it, explaining how it ran, the job Adrianne did, and the children he'd met. He told her about Poppy, the little girl confined to a bed who'd stolen his heart and who liked to hear him read stories. When the airplane landed in the capital of Markendom, the security detail escorted Henry and Emma out to the tarmac, where a private car sent by King Frederick would drive them to the palace. Max met Henry and Emma as soon as they arrived. "Henry, old friend." He hugged Henry and clapped him on the back, then greeted Emma with a kiss on the cheek. "Beautiful Emma, how are you?" "I'm excited to be here. Where's your bride? I'd like to meet her." Max led his guests through the hallway to the family's private wing and into the living room. "Julie should be arriving soon. Something came up and she had to tend to it, but she'll be at the rehearsal dinner tonight, if you don't see her before then," he added. Emma yawned and promptly covered her mouth. "Excuse me, I'm still not recovered of the jet lag from my trip to South Africa." She stood.
"I think I'll go to my room to unpack and relax." "Do you need anything?"
Max and Henry asked at the same time. Emma shook her head.
"All I need is the way to my bedroom."
"You may certainly have that," Max said. The Wolf family assistant appeared and led Emma to her guest bedroom after she had said goodbye to Henry and Max. Max grabbed cold drinks for himself and Henry, and they walked outside to the back patio overlooking the gardens. The day was calm and cool, and the bright blue sky above promised the perfect weather for the wedding day.
"I can't believe you're getting married tomorrow,"
Henry said. He took a sip of his drink, then set the glass down on the wide railing.
"How are you holding up?"
Max grinned. "I can hardly wait for it. I know it's a cheesy cliche, but I'll be the luckiest, happiest man alive."
"You're not nervous?"
Max shook his head. "Just excited and looking forward to starting my new life together with Julie." The sparkle in Max's eyes and the wide smile on his face attested to his eager anticipation and enthusiasm. Henry couldn't remember his friend in such a genuine mood before.
"Happiness looks good on you,"
Henry said sincerely. Max raised his glass. "I highly recommend it." He paused.
It hasn't been easy the whole way, but so worth it. The past year was a busy one, especially the last few months. Julie graduated and received her degree in social work. I set up and ran a business opportunity for Wolf Enterprises in Colorado, all while planning a wedding long distance. Max shook his head and chuckled lightly. Let me tell you, planning a wedding is the ultimate test to a relationship. Good thing we love each other, or we would have been done when we did the guest list.
A very good thing, Henry agreed. Tell me more about Julie's social work.
She plans to direct her focus to work with children in need. When we return from the honeymoon, we'll be meeting with the royal advisor to put a plan into motion. We'd also like to start a charity foundation in her hometown for underprivileged children and single-parent families.
Those sound like great plans, Henry said. You'll do amazing things together.
What about you? Max asked. I think I saw you on the internet talking about a fundraiser. What is that about? Henry took a sip.
I met a social worker on a deserted country road when I ran out of gas.
Max chuckled. Why doesn't that surprise me?
By the time she drove me back to my car with a canister of gas, she'd asked me for a sponsorship.
Henry took a few minutes to tell Max about the project, the woman who ran it, and the plans for the fundraiser. Ah, Max said with a smirk. Now I know why you're interested in charity work. What's her name?
It's not like that, Henry rushed to say. I really want to help.
He paused.
Her name is Adrianne Blake. Maybe in the beginning I was a bit more interested in her than the program, but my interest is genuine now. The more involved I am, the more helpful I want to be and bring in what the children need there. But Adrianne... He let his voice trail off.
Let me guess. It's complicated, Max said.
Henry nodded. The last time we met didn't go so well. The media have been casting doubts on my motives, and my reputation doesn't help.
He exhaled deeply.
I should avoid her and forget about her and just concentrate on what I can do for the children.
But, Max prompted.
But she's not like the other girls.
A slow smile pulled on Max's mouth. That was the first thing I thought about Julie.
And look where that got you.
Henry smirked. At the sound of the double doors opening, Max set his glass down and walked toward them. His fiancée rushed out and fell into his arms. I'm so sorry about this morning, Max. I acted like a crazy bridezilla, and I said things I shouldn't have. Will you forgive me? Max wound his arms around her waist and leaned in for a quick kiss.
I already have, darling. I knew you didn't mean it.
When she reached on her tiptoes to kiss Max better, Henry cleared his throat loudly.
Don't mind me,
he said, raising his glass at them. Julie looked over her shoulder and blushed. Prince Henry, she swatted Max on his arm. Why didn't you tell me your friend arrived already? Max smiled. Julie, Henry has arrived. They both turned, and Henry met them in the middle. I'm so glad you could come, Prince Henry, Julie said.
Please call me Henry. You're marrying my best friend tomorrow. We'll be practically family.
He took her hand in his and shook it. She nodded and smiled. Did you come by yourself?
My cousin Emma came with me,
Henry replied. I'd love to meet her, Julie said. After Max told her where to look for Emma, Julie left, promising Max to find him before the rehearsal dinner tonight. Max led the way to a group of outdoor chairs, and he and Henry sat down in the shade.
You can tell me it's none of my business, but what was that about?
Henry asked Max. You mean her apologies? Max asked. Henry nodded.
Is everything okay?
Let's just say that my mother and Julie don't agree on a lot of things, and there was a bit of a situation this morning when Mother insisted on following protocol. After Mother left, Julie said the wedding protocols were dumb, and she wished I wasn't a prince so we could just elope. Then she left before we could talk about it.
That's not fair, Henry said. It's not like you chose to be a prince, but you forgave her rather quickly.
Of course I did. I knew she didn't mean it. How could I justify staying mad at her for being frustrated at the protocols? Max let out a long breath. Julie's been great. Every time I think I'm done asking her to go along with this protocol or that, another one comes up, not to mention all the sacrifices she's made to be here. She doesn't have any family other than her mother, who has enough social and mental issues to prevent her from coming, and her roommate had an emergency appendectomy yesterday, so the doctors won't clear her for the plane trip. So yes, I'm quick to forgive Julie and only hope she'll do the same for me when I say something dumb or hurtful. They sat quietly for a moment as Henry turned his friend's words in his mind.
Because it's not worth ruining your relationship over pride.
Max nodded. No, it's not. It never is. In the evening, after the rehearsal dinner and time spent with Max's family and closest friends, Henry stepped out onto the balcony of his bedroom and leaned on the railing, watching the night. The sounds of early summer drifted from the gardens and lawn, blended in with noises from the city not too far past the palace walls. He hadn't been able to forget Max's words, and after watching his friend with his fiancée all night, Henry understood better what Max meant. Love alone wasn't enough. It needed work, lots of it. Was he ready for that? For love and for making it work more than anything? For a crazy moment, Henry considered the idea. Was he ready to give up his bachelor ways and pursue a committed relationship? With the right woman, he might. As it had become more and more usual of late, Adrianne came to his mind. How would she react if he came clean about wanting to date her? Would she even give him a chance? In the past, he'd never considered that his birthright might one day be a stumbling block with a girl he was interested in, but it had now come to that point. His phone rang, and Henry swiped at the screen. It was Charlotte on a video call, and he hurried on to answer.
Charlotte, what a nice surprise.
His little sister's face appeared on the small screen, her hair in a messy bun. Hi, Henry. I heard you complained I don't call you enough, Charlotte said, looking and sounding more tired than he could remember.
Is everything all right with you?
He asked.
You look a bit under the weather, and your voice sounds scratchy.
Just what a girl needs to hear, she chuckled. Thanks for sparing my feelings, big brother. I'm fine, by the way. I was already in bed and then remembered to call you. She leaned in, as if she could see better by doing so. Where are you? I don't recognize that balcony.
That's because I'm in Markenden for Max's wedding, Henry said,
not completely convinced that Charlotte wasn't hiding something from him. She almost looked like she could have been crying before she called him. That's right, she said. I forgot you and Emma are at the Wolf Palace for that.
I wish you could have come, Henry said. You'd like Max's fiancée. She's very nice and down to earth.
Charlotte smiled wanly. I'm sure I would. She's American, isn't she? Just like Alex's and Stefan's girls. Where's your American girl, Henry? She chuckled at her own joke.
Ha ha, very funny, Charlotte. No, I don't have an American girl.
She'd be surprised to find Adrianne was from Durham. Henry stopped. Where had that thought come from? Adrianne was not his girl. Earth to Henry, Charlotte said more loudly. You got a completely weird look on your face. Are you thinking about a girl you left behind in the USA?
What about you, Charlotte? Have you met anyone interesting?
I wish, she said. She looked to the side and then back at the screen. My phone is going to die any minute. I better say goodbye. Have fun tomorrow and tell Max congratulations from me. She waved. Henry waved back.
Bye, Charlotte. Love you,
he added, but her screen had already gone black. When Charlotte returned home, he'd have to find out what was going on with her. In the morning, he still didn't have an answer to the questions that he'd asked himself the night before. He'd have to put all of those thoughts off. Today was Max and Julie's wedding. The capital city had been adorned for today's festivities, and people had traveled from other parts of the country to line up the streets and get a glimpse of the bride as she made her way to the Cathedral of St. Olaf to meet her future husband, Prince Maximilian Wolf of Markendam. It was the royal wedding of the year in the kingdom, and the people had embraced Julie as a modern Cinderella. Max had only been too proud and eager to fill in Henry about the popular reaction in his country since the official engagement announcement.
As friends of the groom and representatives of the Kingdom of Durham, Henry and Emma arrived and took their places along with the other guests, and soon the pews filled on both sides of the nave. Max entered 20 minutes later, with his brother Sebastian acting as his best man, both wearing military dress uniforms. When Julie finally came through the doors, everyone turned to watch as she passed by. "She looks so beautiful," Emma said in a reverent tone. Henry nodded, in complete agreement. Once Julie arrived at the altar, an attendant took her bouquet, and Max squeezed her hand before they turned to the bishop. From his seat, Henry couldn't see their faces, but he imagined the wide grins, especially on Max. Despite the beautiful music and words, Henry found himself distracted during the ceremony, thinking about his life and the expectations others had of him. What about his own expectations? What was he doing with his present and his future? And what was he doing towards having a worthwhile relationship? A month ago, he would have watched the ceremony and not thought any more of it than what it was, his best friend's wedding. But today, Henry felt different, as if he'd started on a path he hadn't yet considered. Unbidden, his last encounter with Adrianne came to mind. They hadn't parted on the best of terms, and he was bothered by his part in it. If he was honest with himself, they were both at fault. Adrianne for the uncalled-for comment, and him for the strong reaction. Too much pride. Was there a way to mend his friendship with her? Did they even have a friendship? Emma elbowed him. "Where are you?" she asked in a low voice. "They're almost done, and you've been wool gathering the whole time."
"Not the whole time,"
Henry mumbled. Just then, the organ trumpets sounded. Max and Julie descended from the altar to the nave. Everyone sitting in the aisles turned to look at them and smiled as they passed by. The bells in the towers of the cathedral pealed merrily, and the sound of people outside in the cordoned-off square could be heard cheering loudly. Henry took his place beside Emma, and she slipped her arm through the crook of his elbow. They walked with other guests as they took their place behind the new Duke and Duchess of Sloshamarken for the official photos. The crowd's cheering increased as the couple sealed their wedding with a kiss in front of the public. As the new royal couple entered the horse-drawn carriage for the procession through the capital city, Henry and Emma followed other guests to the waiting cars that would take them to the reception at the palace. "That must be the prettiest dress I've seen in a while," Emma commented.
"Don't let Alex and Stefan hear you say that,"
Henry said.
"They won't agree with you."
"When I get married." She stopped and looked away.
"When you get married, what?"
Henry prompted. "Nothing," she said. His eyebrows raised, and she blushed. He didn't insist. It wasn't the right time or place, but it looked like his cousin might be keeping secrets. Come to think of it, so was he. Chapter 12. Adrianne finished another batch of reports and sent them to the printer, then stapled and stacked them neatly on her desk. Her mind wandered, as it was prone to during repetitive tasks. She hadn't seen Henry since he'd told her about the fundraising dinner. He'd been eager to tell her. In turn, she'd insulted him with her ill-fated comment about the playboy prince. She and her big mouth. He'd been right. She shouldn't believe everything the media said. The way they'd met hadn't been exactly friendly, at least on her part, but since then, his willingness to offer a sponsorship for the fundraiser, the way he'd kept working on it, and had even visited some of the children without a crew of reporters snapping pictures, spoke to his character. It had impressed her enough to make her think twice about her attitude. She had to apologize, but how was she going to do it? Adrianne dropped off the reports at the nurses' station, then started her rounds of visits. Until the program had the funds to train more volunteers, most of the children were on a rotation schedule of 2 to 3 time-a-week visits, but she made an effort to see all of them every day, even if she only had 5 minutes for each one. When she arrived at Poppy's room, There was a warning pinned to the door asking everyone who entered to don a breathing mask and disinfect their hands. Adrianne frowned. What was going on with little Poppy? She found the girl reclined in bed, surrounded by a bevy of pillows, and with an oxygen nasal cannula. The remote for the television sat on the bedspread near her hand, and she watched the screen with a smile on her face. "Poppy, what are you up to today?"
"They made you wear one of those too,"
Poppy said, pointing at Adrianne's mask. Adrianne sat at the foot of the bed and patted Poppy's leg under the bedspread. "Are you not feeling well?" Poppy shook her head.
"Nurse Mary said I have a little temperature."
"You have a temperature? I'm sorry."
"I'm tired, so I didn't get up today."
Poppy touched her chest. "Resting is okay, Poppy," Adrianne said, wishing she could pick her up and give her a hug, but she'd hold back from physical contact until Poppy had recovered. "You'll feel better soon, and then you'll be back to all your favorite activities." A soft knock sounded at the door, and a man wearing a breathing mask entered the room.
"How is my Poppy Blossom today?"
Poppy raised her arm in his direction.
"Henry, you're here too,"
she said with a wan smile. Prince Henry stopped when he saw Adrianne. He carried a large bag in his hand and shifted it to the other one.
"Hello, Miss Blake. I can come back later if this is a bad time."
"But you just got here. Please don't go, Henry,"
Poppy pleaded. Adrianne joined her. "Yes, please stay. Don't leave on my account." She couldn't see his whole face, but when his eyes crinkled at the corners, she imagined his smile.
"Well, the ladies have spoken. I shall stay."
He bent in a deep bow, much to Poppy's delight and giggles. He pulled up to the adjustable overbed tray with wheels and placed the bag on top, then turned his back to Adrianne and Poppy while he removed items from inside.
"I have a surprise for you, Poppy Blossom."
He looked over his shoulder at the little girl, whose eyes had widened at his declaration. Adrianne moved off the bed and took a chair so Poppy could have a better view of whatever Prince Henry had coming. He removed several pieces of cloth material as he talked to Poppy.
"A little birdie told me you're not feeling well today."
Poppy nodded and giggled lightly, then grabbed the bed control and pressed the button until she was sitting more upright. Prince Henry tossed a tablecloth over the tray, moved to the other side, and crouched behind it. When two hand puppets sprang from behind the makeshift stage and started singing a popular melody, Poppy let out a hearty laugh, clapping along. Adrianne watched with a smile on her face, mesmerized at the silly act Prince Henry put on for Poppy until the afternoon nurse came in to administer medication. His gesture surprised her, as she hadn't expected him capable of such performance for the single benefit of a little patient. The next day, Adrianne arrived to find the security guards flanking Poppy's door. Inside, Poppy was sitting up in bed, and Prince Henry occupied a chair beside her, teaching her how to hold up the puppets and make them move. Poppy waved at Adrianne, one small hand holding up the back of the puppet she slipped on the other hand.
"Look, Adrianne, Henry is teaching me to be a puppet master."
"Look how well you do that, Poppy," Adrianne praised. Prince Henry leaned back and smiled as a proud parent would at his child's achievements. Adrianne smiled back, even as her heart tightened in her chest. Did he have any idea how much this meant to Poppy? How much it meant to Adrianne that he cared for the little girl? Had something happened during his visit to his friend's wedding? She still hadn't had a chance to apologize for what she'd said before he left, but he didn't seem mad at her anymore. In fact, he acted like nothing had happened. Adrianne had thought of nothing else but those ill-fated words during his absence, wishing she had never uttered them in the first place. According to Mrs. Hastings, he'd gone with his cousin, Princess Emma, to Princess Mac's wedding in Markendom. The Royal Channel had transmitted the Markendom festivities, all 6 hours of it, and Mrs. Hastings had watched every single one.
In a moment of curiosity, or maybe weakness, Adrianne had searched online for photos of the wedding with the veiled purpose of having a peek of Prince Henry among the royal guests. That hadn't been a good idea, to see him looking so attractive in a formal suit among so many beautiful women wearing the same amazing dress. She hadn't done it again since that one time. But the past few days, every time she saw him with Poppy, her palms sweat, her heart skipped, and her lips twitched in pathetic smiles she continually doused with common sense, making her realize how ridiculous her crush was. No, she didn't have a crush on him, did she? Was that what was happening? More and more, he invaded her thoughts, and she resisted it a little less each time, but she didn't want to think she was crushing on Prince Henry. She couldn't. He was a prince, and she was the complete opposite to royalty. He was only around until the fundraiser, and then he'd move on with his life, just as Adrianne would. She had to remember that. The nurse came and asked them to leave so Poppy could rest after taking her medications.
"Already?"
Poppy asked in a subdued tone as she removed the puppet from her hand, then settled back in her bed with it snuggled next to her. "I'll be back tomorrow to read to you," Adrianne said.
"And you, Henry?"
As long as they let me, I'll be here.
Once in the hallway, Prince Henry removed his mask, tossed it in the garbage, and helped himself to the disinfectant dispenser hanging on the wall outside Poppy's room, rubbing his hands liberally. He donned his sunglasses and took his place between his bodyguards.
Have a good day, Miss Blake,
he said casually. "You too, Your Highness." He held up 2 fingers in a salute, then left through the service stairwell, and Adrianne groaned at herself for the lack of presence of mind to ask him about the fundraiser. When had she become so distracted and unfocused? Her phone vibrated, and she read the message on the screen.
Would you be able to meet with me to discuss the fundraiser?
Prince Henry wanted to meet after all. I'll be off in 1 hour. Is that too late for you?
That will be fine. I'll have a car waiting at the spot I usually park.
Adrianne read the line again. A car.
I thought it would be easier to talk somewhere reporters can't follow.
After a short pause, he added,
Is that all right?
Yes, she replied before thinking too much about it. Thank you, she added.
My pleasure.
The next hour turned out to be one of the longest, most productive hours of work in Adrianne's recent memory. She finished her reports of the day, got caught up with all the unanswered emails in her inbox, and read an article on technology and social work she'd been meaning to read for 2 months now. Only this way was she able to turn her mind from her upcoming encounter with Prince Henry. No, not encounter. That sounded like they had other plans and motives than talking about the fundraiser for the program. It was a meeting, and a work-related one at that. An hour later, Adrianne almost skipped the whole way to the parking garage. Instead, she forced herself to slow down several times, telling herself that her increased heart rate was caused by the brisk walk and not the impending meeting with Prince Henry Somerset. When she arrived, a sleek silver car occupied the spot that the heavily tinted sedan usually took. She slowed down her approach until she stopped by the driver's side window. The driver rolled it down noiselessly. "When you said you'd have a car waiting for me, I wasn't expecting your Aston Martin, much less driven by you." Prince Henry shrugged, as if he'd had no choice.
Do you want to ride with my security detail in the boring black car?
He asked, his eyebrow raised and a tiny smirk at the corner of his mouth as he gestured toward it. Adrianne glanced at the black sedan where his bodyguards sat. Then she walked around to the passenger side of his car, and before she had a chance to open the door herself, he came around to do it. She thanked him, slid inside, and pulled the seatbelt to buckle it. After he returned to his seat, she said, "Let's go." He smiled.
My pleasure.
The engine purred to life at the touch of a button, and in a few minutes they'd exited the garage and had merged into the afternoon traffic. If there ever was a luxury item, this car was it. The smooth ride, the leather scent, the man who drove it as effortlessly as a professional would. It would be an experience hard to forget. This car. She let her voice trail as she smoothed a finger along the middle console. Prince Henry grinned.
I think you caught the vision of why I like it so much.
Maybe a little, she agreed. Where are we going? She finally asked when he reached the highway outside the city.
Dorset Hall, my cousin's estate. We'll be there in 35 minutes.
Why? He chuckled.
Why so long to get there? I'll get in trouble if I go faster.
No, why there? He pointed behind him with his thumb.
Gregson and Stevens have found paparazzi trying to follow me in the last few days. Dorset Hall is private property and has a security gate.
Adrianne relaxed in her seat as she tried to commit to memory the best car ride of her life. Who had said that a car was the same as any other had never ridden in a completely luxurious one like this. She closed her eyes and a contented sigh escaped her lips. Prince Henry chuckled lightly.
You like the car, huh?
She liked the driver more. Her eyes flew open and her cheeks flamed. Had she said that out loud?
Everything okay?
He asked, with a concerned frown. It had only been a thought. Good. She relaxed. Yes, everything's fine. She even meant it. Maybe it was the car, or maybe it was the driver, but the 35 minutes he'd mentioned passed a lot faster than she'd expected. Prince Henry took the next exit, and a large sign appeared on the side of the road announcing Dorset Hall. After a few miles, he slowed down in front of the gates to the estate.
We're here,
he said as he pulled out his phone and punched a number. When a voice came on the other side, he simply said,
Henry Somerset,
after which the massive iron gates receded to let him pass. The road widened gradually into a slow rise at the end of which the stone wall of a mansion shone warmly in the afternoon sun. Adrianne craned her neck to take in all the details. Is your cousin home?
Not today.
He drove past the circular drive and around the building and finally parked in the rear by a courtyard overlooking an expanse of formal gardens. While Adrianne gawked at what she could see of the manor house and gardens, Prince Henry came around and opened the car door to her.
Welcome to Dorset Hall,
he said with a smile and his hand extended. Her gaze shifted to his, and when their hands touched, goose flesh skittered up her arm. As soon as she stood on the ground, she dropped his hand and put some distance between them. He led the way inside to show her the restroom, and after freshening up, Adrianne returned to the courtyard where a table sat under the shade of a canopy, trimmed with twinkle lights. This is beautiful, she said in a low voice. A gaggle of potted flowers and riotous colors contrasted with the green of the hedgerow dividing the courtyard from the gardens below. Prince Henry pulled out a chair for her. What's all this? She asked. The table was set with several kinds of bread, cheeses, and meats, bowls of fresh-cut fruit, and drinks.
Just a late afternoon snack. I didn't want you to miss dinner for coming out here.
How thoughtful of you, she said. Thank you. For a few minutes, Prince Henry was the perfect host, charming and attentive, anticipating her needs and fulfilling them quickly and graciously. It would be so easy to fall under the spell of this perfect evening, to get lost in his blue eyes and irresistible smile, to think this was the kind of reality she would live in from now on. As long as she remembered where she came from and where she was going, Adrianne would indulge in this alternate world and enjoy as much of it as she dared to, at least for a brief time. He turned on an iPad she hadn't noticed before and set it on the table between them, then watched her closely.
I'm loath to bring this out and interrupt the best evening I can remember in a long, long time, but I am trying to be more responsible since the fundraiser is taking place in 2 days. And you would be disappointed if I stopped planning the event.
A lot of children would be disappointed.
We definitely can't have that, can we?
They talked about the date and the venue, the decorations and the hors d'oeuvre menu, the people who'd been invited to come, and how much Adrianne could expect to benefit the program. He showed her the seating arrangements and even the colors for the decorations. Everything was ready. "I'm so impressed with all the work that's gone into this," Adrianne said afterward. "Thank you. This is so much more than I expected or ever hoped for." A feeling of relief took over, and she was glad she hadn't told him about the letter from the medical center's administration and their proposed cutting of the program. She looked up from the iPad and found him looking at her, the smile on her face reflected in his own.
"As much as I'd like to take credit for it, you know we have a PR specialist at the palace, right?"
Prince Henry said. "Either way, it'll be amazing, I'm sure. You have to tell me how it all goes." He frowned.
"Why do I have to tell you? Are you not coming?"
"I think I hardly qualified to have my name on the guest list," she said as her cheeks heated.
"Don't worry about that. I'll personally make sure you receive an invitation."
"Thank you. That would be lovely." She dropped her chin on her palm and turned away from his gaze. If she kept looking at him, he'd be able to read everything in her eyes. When the sounds of the summer night took over the silence between them, Adrianne took a deep breath and inhaled the courage she needed to go on. She straightened in her chair and faced him. "I want to apologize to you for what I said last time." He started shaking his head, but she held a hand up and continued. "I had no right to judge you. Even if I had some doubts in the beginning, everything you've done for the fundraiser has proved your commitment. And then there's Poppy." She paused to clear the emotion from her voice. Prince Henry scooted forward and covered her hand with his.
"Poppy is a special little girl."
"She is, and you're so wonderful with her," Adrianne said, unable to hide her admiration. "But I worry for her. When the fundraiser is over and you leave, how will she react?" He locked his eyes on her, the pressure of his palm on the back of her hand making her believe the connection she felt to this man was more than what her imagination had created.
"Who says I have to leave?"
He must have realized what he'd said. His shoulders dropped and he looked away, a sigh escaping his mouth. When his hand retreated, Adrianne slipped hers away. She rose from her chair and walked to the balustrade overlooking the garden in the twilight. There was a sense of innate peace in this place, in the richly perfumed air of blooms and shrubs, a sense that had easily created a feeling of intimacy between her and Prince Henry, with no one else around them. She should leave. Did taxis come this way if she called one? The scrape of a chair against the stone floor was followed by steps as he approached. She closed her eyes as her body tensed, anticipating his presence.
"You're not the only one who has to apologize,"
he said. A gentle hand touched her upper arm.
"I'm sorry I overacted, Adrianne."
She immediately relaxed at the soft pressure of his fingers, at the way he said her name. She turned around. He stepped closer, and his eyes flicked to her mouth. Eagerness overtook her good judgment, and Adrianne bridged the rest of the distance between them, so close she could feel his body heat. She placed a hand on his upper arm, the fabric of his shirt sleeve unable to hide the slight tremor in his bicep. He moved his other hand to her waist, and her chin tipped up in his direction at the same time he bent toward her. Oh, such sweet, slow torture. The clearing of a male voice broke the stillness noisily. "Pardon the interruption, Your Highness." Adrianne dropped her hand from Prince Henry's arm at once, taking a step to the side. He turned partway from her with a loud sigh of what could only be barely contain exasperation. She knew the feeling only too well.
"Yes, Gregson. What's the problem?"
"It's a message from the medical center concerning the child, Your Highness." Fear flooded Adrianne's heart. "Poppy? What's wrong, Henry?" Chapter 13. On the way back to the medical center with Prince Henry at the wheel, Adrianne called in to the nurse's station. While they couldn't give her information about Poppy's condition, they confirmed she had been moved to the 3rd floor, intensive care. The royal bodyguards had led the way, and when Adrianne and Prince Henry arrived, the two men quickly escorted him and Adrianne to the service elevator, bypassing anyone who might be too curious at finding the prince there at this time of night. Never had Adrianne been more grateful for the privileges afforded to royalty. As they turned the corner, Adrianne found Mr. Sullivan holding on to the back of a wheelchair where his wife sat, waiting for the main elevator. It was too much of a coincidence for them to be here, on this floor, especially tonight. Adrianne stopped. "Mr. and Mrs. Sullivan, how is Poppy? Did you get a chance to see her?" They exchanged a look between them.
"Miss Blake," Mr. Sullivan said, "I guess there's no point in saying we're here for someone else."
His wife rested a hand on his closest one. "It's okay, Roderick. They let us see her briefly, and only through the glass doors. I doubt they'll let us come again. The shift nurse found out we shouldn't be here." Adrianne pulled her phone out from her pocket and unlocked the screen. "Give me your phone number, and I'll let you know when I have news." While Mr. Sullivan entered his number, Mrs. Sullivan tilted her head and looked past Adrianne. "Is that who I think it is?" Adrianne stepped aside, and Prince Henry walked up to the couple to shake their hands.
"Henry Somerset, pleased to meet you. I'm a friend of Poppy's."
The Sullivans frowned in identical expressions. "It's a long story," Adrianne said. When the elevator pinged and the door slid open, the couple said goodbye and left.
"What's their connection to Poppy?"
Prince Henry asked as he and Adrianne continued around the corner. "The Sullivans wanted to adopt Poppy, but didn't get approved when they applied."
"For what reason?"
"On account of Mrs. Sullivan's health issues." Just thinking about the situation made Adrianne angry. They've asked to have their petition reviewed, but the process takes time. When they approached the pediatric wing, the head nurse met them at the security doors, and they followed her down the hallway where another nurse waited for them.
"You may stay for 5 minutes only, and you can't go inside."
Her tone left no room for negotiation. Prince Henry glanced at her name tag.
"Thank you, Nurse Irene."
The nurse's expression softened somewhat as she acknowledged him with a nod. Adrianne approached the glass door and watched the nurse inside the room adjust the IV drip for Poppy. The little girl lay still on the bed with an oxygen mask over her face, too quiet, too motionless, her skin even paler than it normally was. Adrianne swallowed the lump in her throat, trying to keep her emotions in check. "She looks so small," she said with a shuddering breath. Prince Henry stepped closer and touched her arm lightly.
"She's a strong little girl. She'll pull through."
His tone was soft and gentle. For a brief moment, she tensed at the contact, but she was tired and hurting and even a little angry on behalf of Poppy and the Sullivans at the unfairness of the situation. He felt so good next to her, the warmth of his body, the scent he wore, the caring way of his touch, his support, and even his friendship. She relaxed and let herself take comfort from this man who was more and more proving to be so different from who she thought he was. Their time together at his cousin's estate came to her mind. Had they almost kissed before his bodyguard had interrupted them? Maybe it had been wishful thinking on her part, but looking back, she thought he wanted to kiss her as much as she'd wanted to kiss him. The nurse returned, and Prince Henry put some distance between him and Adrianne. "I'm sorry, Your Highness," the nurse said. "Time is up." Adrianne and Prince Henry thanked her and left. In the elevator, he stood next to Adrianne, their bodies almost touching. She chanced a peek at the bodyguards, but they kept their gaze ahead, as if the situation was completely normal. Prince Henry stepped closer.
"How did you come to work this morning?"
"I took the bus," she replied. "So much happened today, I hardly remember coming in." She pulled out her phone. "I'll call one of my brothers to come get me." They exited the elevator, and she stopped by the door to the alley, ready to unlock the screen and call one of the boys. Prince Henry touched her elbow. Let me drive you home instead. It'll be faster. Thank you. I'll take your offer. Given the wave of fatigue coming on, getting home quickly was very appealing. And so was the prospect of spending a few more minutes with him. Once inside the car, Adrianne melted against the seat. Thank you for... Her voice trailed off. There were too many things to thank him. Thank you for everything today, especially with Poppy. He'd been ready to push the ignition on, but instead he removed his fingers from it and turned to face her. I noticed you have a strong bond with Poppy. Is that something that happens in your line of work, getting attached to some of the children? She sighed. Maybe I'd be more efficient if I didn't feel so much for them, but I can't. Every single one is special, but Poppy. I knew after reading her folder, she'd be extra special to me. How come? There's something Poppy and I have in common. I haven't told anyone at the medical center. She hadn't planned to tell anyone at all, yet alone this man of royal blood, sitting inside his luxury car. Maybe it wasn't what she'd imagined, but the feeling to go on was too strong to ignore. When Adrianne didn't immediately continue, Prince Henry squeezed her hand. It's okay. You don't have to tell me anything if it's too hard. She looked from her hands folded in her lap to his blue eyes. No, I need to tell you. He nodded. Poppy and I lost our parents to car accidents. She was 2 and I was 8, and we both were in the car when it happened. Poppy hasn't been able to walk since then. I ended up in the pediatric wing for over 3 months. He reached over and took her hand. Luckily, I have 3 older brothers who took care of me, and a kind neighbor who came to visit me after I went home to help me catch up on everything I had missed at school. Is that how you got the idea for the healing reading program? She nodded. When a car parked not too far from where they sat, Prince Henry pushed the start button. I'm sorry, but it's easier to leave now than to deal with Gregson and Stevens trying to clear the area. Like before, his security detail led the way through the streets of Castlebridge while Prince Henry drove his Aston Martin DB9 with Adrianne in the seat beside him. At one point, when he stopped at a red light, he reached over and touched her hand. I'm sorry you lost your parents at such a young age. Something similar happened to my cousins, Oliver and Emma, and I saw firsthand how hard it was for them. No child should have to go through such an experience. When the honk of a car horn interrupted them, he sighed impatiently and shifted into drive. Adrianne looked out the window, trying to summon a memory of her parents. More and more, she had a hard time remembering without the help of photographs and home videos. How different would her life have been if they hadn't gone out that night? Soon, the soft leather seats and the quiet purr of the engine had relaxed her, and as the car turned a corner to a side street, Adrianne's head lolled sideways. He gently nudged her, and she sat up with a jerk. I'm sorry. Her cheeks and neck heated. It's okay, Prince Henry said. We're almost there. Adrianne straightened against the back of the seat. I don't remember giving you my address. How do you know where I live? He glanced at her with a sheepish expression. Will it upset you if I say I may have asked Gregson and Stevens to look it up? She waved off his reply. I figured you might have a dossier on me by now. They do, but I haven't looked at it. He rushed to say, I promise. This time Adrianne shrugged. Maybe I'll care more in the morning, but right now it sounds perfectly normal. He chuckled at her reply, and Adrianne smiled. Too soon, they arrived at her street, and he slowed down but didn't stop. His phone pinged with a message, and he swiped at the screen to read it. Steven says to go around the block and park in the rear alley. Adrianne nodded. That's a good idea. Less chances of being seen, not that anyone would believe it was one of the princes of Durham who had driven her home tonight. The bodyguards in the black car went around the corner, and Prince Henry followed until they came to a stop near the back of her house. Only the back porch lights were on, which meant the boys had probably gone out tonight. Relief filled Adrianne. She wouldn't have to answer their overly concerned questions or make explanations for coming home later than usual. Prince Henry turned off the engine, then exited the car and came around to open the door for her. He extended his hand and assisted her out of the vehicle. The momentum of the gesture brought Adrianne flush with his chest, and he reached out his hands to steady her. At the contact, her cheeks blushed furiously, and Adrianne was grateful the closest street lamp had been flicking since last month, allowing her a semblance of privacy. Even though she couldn't see any neighbors, his bodyguards had left their cars and stood on opposite ends of the street. Prince Henry followed her to the back gate. "At the risk of repeating myself, thank you again for everything, Your Highness," Adrianne said. At her last words, he groaned and shook his head.
"You're back to using the title? Don't think I didn't notice how you called me Henry back at my cousin's house."
"I was hoping you hadn't," she said in a low voice.
"Why?"
He stepped closer until he stood in front of her, so close she could lean forward and kiss him. Without thinking it through, Adrianne went on tiptoes and brushed a light kiss on his cheek. For a moment, Henry tensed, but he quickly dropped a hand to her waist and tightened his hold, then bent his neck and nuzzled his cheek against hers.
"Adrianne,"
he said with a sigh.
"Henry,"
she said back in the same tone. All at once, her senses awakened and her fatigue vanished. His end-of-day stubble rubbed her skin, and goosebumps broke out at the nape of her neck and at the line of her jaw. A wave of awareness of the physical closeness between them coursed through her, quickly overtaking her rational thoughts. Before she had time to censor herself, Adrianne wound her arms behind Henry's neck, found his mouth, and kissed him on the lips. The kiss was tentative at first, timid and almost hesitant, but after an exploratory second, he joined in fully, the passion swelling and the contact deepening to something beyond amazing. How right it felt, how true and real the connection with this man deepened with each second with him. For the moment, she let go of her doubts and fears and the questions that would come later. There would be time for those. For now, she only wanted this kiss to last forever. But Henry slowed down.
"Adrianne."
He sighed and touched his forehead to hers, catching his breath.
"I'm not sure this is a good idea."
Of course it wasn't, but why did he have to say it out loud? She dropped her arms from around him and stepped away, still breathing as hard as he was. He took her hand.
"It's been an emotional day for both of us. We're vulnerable, and I don't want any regrets between us."
He probably regretted it already, and common sense dictated she should as well. But she didn't, and she didn't want to. She nodded slowly. "You're right. I'm sorry." He opened his mouth as if to say something, but before he could reply, she turned away and opened the back door, then entered the house. After quickly locking the door, Adrianne leaned against it and wiped an errant tear from the corner of her eye. Why had she done it? Why had she kissed Henry Somerset? If only she could forget the way he'd kissed her back. Chapter 14. Henry reached for his phone and checked the notifications. No messages. After parting with Adrianne at the back door of her house, he hadn't been able to think of anything else. He'd sent 3 messages asking to meet with her, and she hadn't replied, and he hadn't slept well either, of course. That kiss. And what a kiss it was. So ardent, so right and true. Somehow his conscience had put the brakes on all that raw passion before it became too much. Just thinking about it had his pulse racing. Of all the girls he'd kissed, she had been the one he couldn't forget after literally stepping away from her. No wonder Adrianne wasn't talking to him. She must be as confused as he was. How many women had he kissed in the past year?
in the years before. So many he'd lost count. At one point, it had become a sort of thrill for him, the excitement of having someone new to kiss. The media called him the Playboy Prince for that very reason, even though there were those who erroneously believed he did more than kissing. But since meeting Adrianne, he hadn't kissed any other woman, and after kissing her last night, she'd spoiled him for any kisses that came after, which he didn't want to think about. If he had any choice in the matter, he'd be kissing Adrianne only, and no one else. Henry groaned. Enough thoughts on the subject. He had to get out of bed, take a shower, and get his day going. The fundraiser was in 2 days, and he planned to go to the venue and make sure everything was ready and in place. If Adrianne didn't reply to his messages, he'd go to the medical center and wait for her to arrive. He'd set the record straight, and he'd let her know his only regret was not telling her how he wanted to date her, if she'd listen to him. He had to check on Poppy as well, find out how she was faring. After getting ready and grabbing an espresso from the kitchen, Henry was on his way to meet with Stevens and Gregson when Miss Stanton caught him by the service door.
"I'm sorry to interrupt, but there's a serious matter concerning the fundraiser that needs your attention."
"I'm on my way to the medical center," he said. "Can it wait until after I come back?"
She shook her head.
"I'm afraid not, Your Highness. The guest of honor had to cancel his appearance."
Henry followed her to the office. What was going on? He hadn't been too naive to think there wouldn't be any problems with such an event, but the guest of honor canceling hadn't even crossed his mind. His mother sat on the sofa when he entered the room. "I hope you don't mind me being here, Henry. Miss Stanton said I might be of assistance." "Of course I don't mind, Mother." He took the seat next to her and turned to Miss Stanton. "How did this happen? Does he not realize the fundraiser is tomorrow night?" "Remind me again, who's the guest of honor?" Mother asked. "John Kobari," Henry said. "Oh, he's such a wonderful man and a great actor," Mother said enthusiastically. She turned to Miss Stanton. "Why is he not coming anymore?" "He's got pneumonia, Mum," Miss Stanton said. "How unfortunate for him and inconvenient for us," Mother said matter-of-factly. "That's hardly his fault, Mother. Didn't he just turn 78? "I guess he is getting on in age," she agreed. "What about Dom Gallic? He's not as old as John." "No offense, Mother, but you want someone the younger generation knows." He shouldn't have gone along with the suggestion for the actor in the first place. "Who would that be on such short notice?" Mother asked. Henry opened the contact page on his phone and scrolled through it, hoping for an idea of someone to call who could fill the role of guest of honor for the fundraiser. Preferably, it would be someone who was in Castlebridge at the moment and didn't have a prior commitment at the same day and time. A particular name caught his attention. What about Liam Drake? He'd be the perfect man for the job. He's young, everybody knows him, and he resides in Durham in the off-season. Mother frowned. Who's he? Henry did a quick search. He's the football player, he said, handing Mother the phone so she could see the picture of Liam Drake in his national team uniform, holding a regulation ball with the familiar black and white pattern. Mother nodded. Oh, good. The real football. For a while there, I thought you meant American football. That Dayton Fanning has been so much in the news. She returned the phone to Henry. Dayton Fanning is a good guy and involved with a lot of charities, including his own. But Liam Drake is a football star. Plus, I met him in California, of all places. I have his number, he added with a confident smile. Are you sure you can get him to come? Mother asked. Positive. This is just the kind of thing he does in the off-season. All right, Henry. I'm glad you found a solution to the problem. She stood to leave. I'm sure Miss Stanton can help you with the rest. Henry brainstormed with Miss Stanton how to correct the programs and get them reprinted in a timely way. When he exited the office, he made his way to the garage and dialed Liam Drake's number, which went straight to voicemail. He left a brief message. This is Henry Somerset. Please call me as soon as you can. He hesitated, then added, It's not an emergency.
Just an urgent matter. Thanks. He ended the call and blew out a deep breath. He much preferred texting people than leaving messages on their phone, but this wasn't the case for that. What if Liam Drake didn't check his messages? Henry rarely did. On second thought, he called Mr. Poe and asked him to find out the number to Liam Drake's personal assistant. Henry left the palace grounds in the black sedan with Gregson and Stevens, hoping to have an opportunity to see Adrianne when he arrived at the medical center. Even though he'd been there recently, he felt the need to return. It was a small thing he did, to spend some of his time reading or talking to the children. But to them, the attention meant so much. Was there anything better to distract him from his worries than to focus on those with real problems? If nothing else, he'd learned that much. An hour later, on his way out from visiting with some of the older children, Henry received a message from Mr. Poe with the phone number to Liam Drake's assistant. It was the kind of commendable efficiency that had made Mother Secretary a legend, and Henry thanked him for finding the information so quickly. Instead of making the call from the car, his security detail escorted him to the gardens Adrianne had told him about. Was it sheer luck or providence that nobody else was here every time he came by? Or maybe Stevens and Gregson cleared the area for him. Whichever one, he wouldn't complain. He found a bench in the shade of a fragrant linden tree and dialed the number.
"This is Paul, Mr. Drake's assistant. How may I help you?"
"This is Henry Somerset."
"Your Highness,"
the man replied.
"I was expecting your call."
"Mr. Poe's doing, no doubt. I realize this is very short notice, but our first guest of honor had to step down due to illness. We're having a fundraiser to benefit a program for children hospitalized at the Castlebridge Community Medical Center, and Mr. Drake would be the perfect guest of honor for our event."
Henry explained the situation as best as he could, stressing the importance of raising funds for the hospital and the new program.
"I met Mr. Drake at the Christmas Gala last December, and at the time, he expressed his interest in participating in a royal fundraiser when he was in town. He is in Castlebridge, is he not?"
Henry asked.
"Mr. Drake is expected to return from his trip tonight or early tomorrow morning. I'll need to talk to him about it. Would you be so kind to give me the details, Your Highness?"
Henry relayed the details for the fundraiser, and the assistant promised he'd get back with him as soon as possible. After hanging up, Henry took a deep breath. He'd follow up with Liam Drake's assistant by the end of the business day to make sure he wouldn't need to find someone else to be the guest of honor. His phone pinged with an incoming message, and his heart jumped when he saw Adrianne's name on the screen. "I have my lunch break in 30 minutes. Would you be able to meet me in the shortcut garden?" She'd finally replied to his earlier messages. The relief came immediately, releasing the tension in his neck and shoulders.
"Absolutely," he replied. "Thank you."
A half hour later, Henry stood from the park bench as she approached. She wore cropped jeans and a pink top that fell in all the right places, and her hair touched her shoulders in soft waves. He'd thought her pretty the first time he met her, but he couldn't ever have imagined back then what a beautiful person she'd turn out to be. What if he hadn't run out of gas on that little country road? He didn't want to think of the alternative. Was it only yesterday when he'd seen her last? It seemed much longer. He'd missed her so much already. "Hello, Your Highness," she said. He scrambled to take off his sunglasses so he could see her better.
"You don't need to use the title. I'm sure there's no one else around."
Gregson and Stevens hadn't tried to get him to leave, which they usually did when the area became more crowded.
"It's good to see you, Adrianne."
He couldn't tell if she minded he hadn't addressed her by her last name. After the kiss they'd shared, the formality was redundant. "You too," she said. "I only have a few minutes. Do you mind if we walk around?"
"Not at all. Thank you for coming."
He matched his pace to hers. She clasped her hands in front while she walked. "I was able to find out Poppy is feeling better and will probably be transferred back to the second floor as early as tomorrow, pending the results of her tests. She might even return to the group home sooner than expected." He smiled.
"That's wonderful news. I'm so glad she's feeling better." He'd have to go see the little girl soon. I sent the Sullivans a message, and they were very relieved to know.
I'm sure they're grateful you told them,
Henry said. He made a mental note to find out more about their case and enlist Mr. Pope for help. I got the invitation today. She glanced at him with a small smile. Thank you.
My pleasure. I'm glad you're coming.
Glad didn't begin to describe how he felt about it. I'm not sure I'll stay for the whole night, she said.
Come for as long as you want.
Henry turned to her.
Will you save a dance for me?
Her lips twitched. That sounded like a line from a historical romance.
I promise it's no line,
he said in earnest.
I'd really like to dance with you.
I can't dance. As if he cared about that. The dance was just an excuse to hold her.
It's not too hard.
She didn't seem convinced, but didn't comment.
I almost forgot. We had to make a change, and Liam Drake is now the new guest of honor, Henry said. I talked to his personal assistant this afternoon.
Adrianne glanced at him. That's amazing. It'll be great for the event. He nodded, and they lapsed into silence again. Henry hated the lingering awkwardness between them. What he really wanted was to talk about the kiss they'd shared. Had it meant the same to her as it did to him? When they looped around the garden the second time, Adrianne stopped and checked the time on her phone, then turned to him. Lunch will be over in 5 minutes. Henry stepped forward and took her hand, keeping her fingers lightly in his.
Wait, please. Can we talk about last night?
Adrianne moved her hand away, but didn't move from her spot next to him. I was hoping we could forget it.
Even if I tried to forget it, which I don't want to, it would be nearly impossible.
As confused as he was with everything else, this much he knew for certain. Her cheeks colored and she glanced away.
Adrianne,
The sound of her phone interrupted him, and she glanced at the screen. I'm sorry, I have to go back. Frustration flared up inside him for the short time with her, but he quickly put it out.
Thanks for meeting with me. Can I send a car for you tomorrow night?
Please don't. I'll just meet you there, okay? Henry nodded, and she left. Henry stood watching her until she disappeared around the corner. That hadn't gone exactly like he'd hoped. Maybe after the fundraiser, Adrianne would be more willing to talk to him. When he arrived back at the palace, Emma intercepted him in the hallway to his private apartment.
Do you have a minute, Henry?
Her worried expression raised his concern.
Yes, of course.
He unlocked the door.
Come on in.
She went straight to the French doors overlooking the rear gardens and crossed her arms in front of her chest. For a moment, she didn't move.
Emma, are you going to tell me what's going on, or do I have to pry it out of you?
She turned.
Promise me you won't tell your parents, please. If it's something I can keep from them, you know the rules.
Growing up, they hadn't been allowed to keep secrets that put anyone in danger or gave the royal family bad publicity.
Charlotte has asked me not to tell anyone. If your parents find out, she'll know I talked.
Henry took her by the hand to the sofa.
Emma, sit here.
He had to try and calm her down and find out what was happening.
Now tell me, is Charlotte in danger?
No, nothing like that. She quickly dismissed the suggestion. You can rest assured she's not in danger, but I asked her to come home and she didn't reply to me.
Does this concern the work she's involved in?
Emma shook her head.
If it isn't about the work, did she meet someone in South Africa?
I can't tell you the details, Henry. Emma didn't meet his eyes. I just feel like she needs to come home and be with her family. But she's not listening to my suggestions. She's not even talking to me anymore. Henry frowned. Charlotte and Emma had been best friends since before they could walk. Emma's worry was enough indication that something wasn't right, even if it wasn't related to his sister's physical safety.
And you two are on good terms? You're not mad at each other or something?
She huffed impatiently. When have you known us to stay mad at each other for longer than an hour? She had a point. With a relationship that was hung between siblings and best friends, they always made up quickly.
Let me call her and see what she says.
The call went straight to voicemail, and he left a brief, upbeat message. She might be in bed already, he said. South Africa is only 2 hours ahead of Castlebridge, Emma said. It's not that late there. I'll keep trying for another hour, and I'll get up early to call her if she doesn't reply before then. That seemed to mollify Emma, at least some. She nodded and rose. I hope you have better luck than me. I'd ask Oliver to go, but he's at Dorset Hall. Something came up with one of his stallions. I'm glad you talked to me, Emma. Henry walked his cousin to the suite she shared with Charlotte and assured her everything would be all right. The next morning, he was out of bed long before the sunrise and called his sister again, but she didn't answer. After shaving, showering, and getting dressed, she still hadn't replied. The worry had niggled at him all night and was now back stronger. Last time they'd talked, she'd seemed off somehow. He should have tried harder to find out what was going on. A gut feeling that something was very wrong wouldn't leave him alone. It was too strong to ignore. After calling to the hotel where Charlotte was staying and getting someone on the phone who believed he was whom he said, the local manager assured him Princess Charlotte had been to breakfast and had just walked outside. For some reason, she was avoiding his calls, like she'd avoided Emma's. Something was definitely not right. At least, now he knew she was physically well and not lying in bed with some sickness. As for her mental and emotional state, he couldn't begin to guess what was going on with her. Henry took a deep breath, the responsibility and concern he felt for his sister completely at odds with the need to not disappoint Adrianne. Whichever choice he took, he'd be letting someone down. But he already knew what had to be done. He called Alex. As the Crown Prince and older Somerset heir, he had more access than Henry. Hello, Henry, how are you? Doing well, Alex, but I'm in a hurry. I need you to authorize a flight to Johannesburg as soon as possible. Alex's voice changed from friendly to concerned. South Africa. Is something the matter with Charlotte? How much should he tell Alex? His older brother worried as much as their parents and wouldn't keep secrets from them. Charlotte is fine. I just need to go see her. I don't want to worry Mother and Father unnecessarily. Alex paused, then breathed out loudly. I'm pretty sure there's more you're not telling me, but I'm going to trust you on this since it concerns Charlotte. Thanks, Alex. I appreciate that. When do you want to fly out? Today, if possible. I'll call you back with the details, Alex said. Wait, please, Henry said. I have one more favor to ask you. After explaining to Alex what he needed, Henry hung up and walked to his bedroom to retrieve a travel bag from the closet. He wanted to be packed and on the way to the airstrip before Mother and Father suspected anything. Bringing Charlotte home was the main priority. Then he grabbed his phone and typed a quick message to Adrianne, hoping she would forgive his absence. Chapter 15. Adrianne sat in her truck, parked around the corner from the building where the fundraiser was being hosted tonight. She was cold, hungry, and completely intimidated by the guests arriving at the event. Although she couldn't see the front doors, for the past 20 minutes, she'd watched royalty and celebrity of all types drive by and arrive, a veritable competition of who was who in Durham, all dressed in their best and ready to prove they knew how to be charitable. Why had she come? She shouldn't have accepted the invitation from Prince Henry, and she shouldn't have come. An update tomorrow would have been just fine, but she told him she'd meet him inside, and he was probably there waiting for her. A surge of fear flashed inside her. What if the event didn't raise all the funds she needed? She hadn't told Prince Henry about the letter from the medical center's administration, but that didn't make their decision any less real. Would they even give her a few days to phase out the program, or would they just shut it down immediately? It was too much to think about right now. She took a deep breath, squared her shoulders, and exited the truck. The simple black dress she wore was hardly new, but the best she was able to do, and semi-appropriate for the occasion, with her hair done up and a few accessories carefully chosen from Mrs. Hastings' closet. With so many rich and beautiful guests in attendance, Adrianne hoped to be as inconspicuous as possible. The black heels pinched her feet with each step she took toward the building. Maybe she should have parked a little closer, but she hadn't dared to, not with the kind of truck she drove. Asking her brothers to use a newer car would have brought too many questions. She kept to the side as she climbed the short staircase, invitation in her hand before they turned her away. The porter at the door asked for her ID card, but as embarrassing as that was, he didn't question her presence there, and her admission mostly went unnoticed by others entering at the same time. The large room had been decorated to enhance its elements of glass and chrome, and covers resembling chandeliers had been slipped over the simple light fixtures. At the short end opposite the entrance, a half-moon stage draped in white satin served as the backdrop for a pianist, and a small brass band playing soft, jazzy melodies that sounded vaguely familiar. Adrianne kept to the wall in an effort to blend with the shadows and corners, keeping a pleasant, impersonal expression on her face. How did Prince Henry do it? Always in the limelight and the constant public attention on him? It surprised her that they hadn't encountered any people the few times they met at the shortcut garden. His bodyguards were excellent at protecting his privacy. She craned her neck but couldn't see him. All the men wore virtually the same dark suits, making them look alike from almost all angles. For sure he'd arrived early and was already on the floor, smiling and talking and charming everyone he met. As cliché as it sounded, Prince Henry was the kind of man women wanted and men admired, maybe some even envied. With him as the public face for the fundraiser, tonight he'd be in high demand. What about that dance he'd asked her for? Would he come looking for her when it was time, or would he be too busy dancing with someone else? For the next half hour, Adrianne changed places a few times, but never caught a glimpse of the elusive prince. Several people looked at her sideways, as if they knew she didn't belong here. They probably could read it in her uncomfortable expression. What if she left? Would he even believe she'd been there if they didn't meet? Maybe if she took one of the programs, she'd seen some around by the entrance. As Adrianne tried to make her way to the back, she found a program on the floor and picked it up. Prince Henry was scheduled to introduce the guest of honor in a few minutes.
"Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?"
A male voice said over the announcement speakers. Adrianne turned around. The pianist had left his bench and stood at the microphone.
"Please welcome Prince Alexander of Durham and Princess Liberty."
Prince Alexander and his new wife walked on the stage holding hands, smiling and waving while people clapped. Adrianne joined the polite clapping, a niggle of worry making its way to her forehead. The Crown Prince was not on the program, and Prince Henry hadn't said anything about his older brother coming to the event. Had something changed, or had he just forgotten to tell her? "Thank you for the warm welcome," Prince Alexander said. "Libby and I are glad to be here tonight with you to benefit the pediatric wing at the Castle Bridge Community Medical Center. What a worthy cause," he added. Adrianne frowned. Technically, the program was included in the pediatric wing. She hoped that meant it would receive the funds as well. Why hadn't she thought to bring this up before? The prince went on. "I know some of you may be wondering why I'm here instead of my brother Henry, who had a hand in planning this event tonight." By the look on some people's faces, she wasn't the only one wondering that. What was going on, and why wasn't Prince Henry on the stage already? A sense of foreboding filled her chest. Had something happened to him? She kept her phone in her clutch, not wanting to bother him, but slowly she reached for it and noticed it was turned off. She pressed the button and waited for the screen to come on. As she navigated to the texting app and to her exchanges with Prince Henry, it was then she noticed a message from him.
"Something came up. I got the fundraiser covered. I'll explain everything soon."
Adrianne frowned. The message had been sent a few hours earlier, but with the phone turned off, she hadn't seen it until now. She sent him a quick reply. "Where are you?" Prince Alexander was still talking, but she'd half-tuned him out while she glanced at the screen, still waiting for a reply from his brother.
I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, Prince Alexander said.
Adrianne straightened, her whole attention turned to him. Her palms began to sweat, and she grasped her phone tighter. She took a breath in and out, deliberately trying to slow down her heart and her breathing. People around her started murmuring all kinds of speculations, and she wanted to scream at them to be quiet, to shut up and listen. Why wouldn't they just stop talking? There was a family emergency Henry had to see to. He sends his regrets for not being here, and... Prince Alexander continued talking and apologizing on behalf of his younger brother, but Adrianne didn't hear the rest. She leaned against the closest wall as her mind tried to process what she'd just heard. Prince Henry hadn't come. He wasn't even in the building. That's what he'd meant in the message when he said he'd got the fundraiser covered. He'd sent his brother in his stead.
So he didn't even show up?
A woman nearby asked her friend. Adrianne didn't hear the reply, but the first woman continued.
Well, I only came on account of Prince Henry. His brother is cute and all, but he's married now.
Her friend nodded, and they moved away in another direction. Prince Alexander was still talking, and Adrianne turned her face in his direction. "We hope you'll stay and enjoy the rest of the evening with us," he said, "and that you'll take into consideration." "Ugh, let's just go," a different woman said as she turned to the main entrance. "The Playboy Prince didn't come, and Liam Drake is a no-show. There's nothing to do here." Another one nearby nodded. "What a waste of time." Adrianne blinked. The guest of honor hadn't come either? How was this possible? More people walked toward the exit, and Adrianne found herself joining them, working hard to keep her emotions in check, to keep her eyelids from spilling the big, fat tears of anger at the brink of exploding. When the night air hit her face, a small one leaked out, and Adrianne wiped at it with a furious swipe. She was angry. Angry at herself for not staying home, angry for believing in the fundraiser, and especially angry at Prince Henry for giving her hope. So angry he hadn't even shown up. When she arrived home, she went straight to her bedroom, hoping her brothers had gone out tonight so she didn't have to talk to them. She changed into pajamas and then pulled out a wad of makeup-removing wipes, rubbing them on her skin more forcefully than she should. The tears only made her mad. She didn't want to cry, but they came against her will, and after a few minutes of surrender and feeling sorry for herself, Adrianne got up, blew her nose, washed her face, and lay down on the bed in the dark, thinking about the past month of her life. In the end, curiosity propelled her to sit up and reach for her phone. As she took to the internet to discover the truth, the comments and hasty pictures from phone cameras only confirmed what she already knew, and told her what she didn't. Liam Drake was in Spain and hadn't heard of the event. His assistant had posted a statement on Twitter after the initial backlash, and Liam Drake himself had replied to some nasty accusations. As for Prince Henry, there was only silence. He was MIA, believed to be out of town. Other pictures showed the fundraiser guests leaving the venue early, and rumors abounded that many people had left without making donations. What a mess. Adrianne turned off her phone and set it down on the bedside table. Thankfully, the next day was Saturday, and she didn't have to worry about getting up early. If she could, she'd sleep away all weekend and pretend sleep could fix all her problems. Why hadn't she seen this coming? If he had a reputation, there must be a reason behind it. Instead of listening to the warning signs, she'd been swayed by his presence, by his friendly charm and laughing blue eyes, by his promises to help with the fundraiser, his reading sessions to the children, his visits with little Poppy, and especially the way he'd made her forget he was the prince and she was only the social worker. How had she fallen for all of it? For him? Eventually, she fell into a fitful slumber and woke up in the dead of night with a startle. When she sat up in bed, the glow of the screen screamed as a neon sign announcing a new message on her phone, and she reached for it with unwanted apprehension. Henry had sent a reply to her message of earlier, the letters stark and blatant against each other. "I'm sorry." So was she. Chapter 16. Henry kept a protective hand on Charlotte's back as they entered the sedan waiting for them on the tarmac of the International Airport in Castlebridge. The flight from South Africa to Durham had been the worst of his life. Bad weather and mechanical problems had set them back almost 12 hours. He couldn't even imagine how much longer it would have been in a commercial flight. If it weren't for Charlotte's subdued demeanor and red, swollen eyes confirming his decision to bring her back was a solid one, Henry would have questioned everything. Adrianne hadn't replied to his last message, and he wasn't surprised. All he wanted was a chance to talk to her and explain, but it might take some time for her to come around and be willing to listen. He couldn't blame her, could he? Although he'd kept his phone on to update Emma and Alex during the trip, he hadn't been able to get through to Adrianne, finally opting to send her a message. She'd probably had the phone turned off again. As for social media, he'd purposefully stayed away from any kind. Alex had told him of the fiasco at the fundraiser, but he'd deal with it tomorrow. For now, taking Charlotte home and sleeping off the jet lag for a few hours was the only plan he had. Emma was the first family member he saw as they entered the private wing in the palace. Charlotte fell into her cousin's arms and burst out crying, while Emma rubbed her back and told her how sorry she was. As mother and father watched in astonishment, Emma turned and regarded each one of them with a firm look. "We don't wish to be disturbed." She turned to him and thanked him, then both girls left toward Emma's suite, his parents too stunned to ask them anything. Mother was the first to recover. "Let's go in my office, Henry. We need a few answers before you retire." Henry gave his duffel bag to a household assistant and followed his parents. Father went straight to the subject.
What is going on, Henry? What happened to Charlotte?
Mother stepped forward. "What happened to you in the fundraiser?" Henry passed a hand through his hair. He was exhausted and fiercely longing for a shower and his bed, but walking away wasn't the responsible thing to do. He sat down.
I brought Charlotte home from South Africa because Emma asked me to go get her.
Mother sat beside him. "Why? I thought Charlotte was doing well in South Africa."
I think we all did. You know how private she is. I still don't know exactly what happened there,"
Henry said.
"I had a video call with her last week, and I found her looking tired and down. She wouldn't admit to anything and put on a brave face, but I didn't completely feel like she was being honest with me."
He'd meant to follow up with her, but had become distracted with Adrianne and the fundraiser, and guilt pricked him for it.
When Emma told me Charlotte wasn't answering her phone calls or messages, we agreed I should bring her home. Besides, I had a strong gut feeling I had to go.
Mother covered his hand with hers. "I think you and Emma were right, and I'm glad you brought Charlotte home. I'm going to leave the girls alone tonight, but tomorrow they're going to tell me what's going on." His parents looked at each other, having one of those silent conversations he never understood when he was a child. Now he envied the connection they had. That was the kind of relationship he wanted for himself and the woman he loved, the kind of intimacy that went beyond the physical. Adrianne's beautiful face flashed in his mind, but he quickly pushed it aside. Now wasn't the time. Henry sighed and scrubbed the back of his neck.
I know you're going to ask me about the fundraiser. I asked Alex to take my place as host because I knew I wouldn't be back in time, but it never occurred to me that the guests would find a problem with that. Alex told me to stay away from social media until I returned, since I couldn't do anything about it. I'll need to meet with Miss Stanton in the morning.
Yes, you do, Mother said. It's a bigger PR disaster than Alex's nightmare last year. Henry lifted an eyebrow and glanced at Father, who sent him an imperceptible shake of the head. Mother was prone to exaggeration when it came to public opinion regarding the family and the Somerset name, a kind of occupational hazard. You should also call Mr. Drake and apologize for the misunderstanding, which wasn't his fault.
I will, after I find out what happened exactly,
Henry said. You have heard he didn't come, have you not? Mother asked. Henry nodded.
That's all I know.
Let me ask you, what did you tell Liam Drake when you called him? Henry squinted, trying to remember.
I couldn't get through to him, so I talked to his assistant.
Did the assistant confirm Mr. Drake would come to the fundraiser? Henry thought back to the conversation.
He said he was going to talk. Oh no.
He rubbed a hand on his face and shook his head slowly.
I forgot to call him back to confirm.
He sighed heavily.
Liam Drake didn't know, did he?
Mother sat back and crossed her legs. He actually didn't hear about it until this catastrophe blew up on the internet. He's in Spain, and nobody told him about any fundraiser where he was the last-minute guest of honor. Henry braced his elbows on his legs and briefly closed his eyes.
And I wasn't there either. No, you weren't,
Father said. It's not only the family name in question this time, Henry, Mother said. The children at the medical center, the program, Adrianne, he'd let them all down. Henry's shoulders sagged.
How much did we lose?
I took the liberty of asking Miss Stanton for a preliminary figure, but she can probably give you more details when you meet with her.
How much?
He repeated. After expenses paid, about 2,500 euros, she said. Henry shook his head and let out a frustrated breath. For the kind of fundraiser they'd planned, that amount was barely worth the effort. He'd grown too complacent and overconfident. A humility lesson was a good learning experience, but not at the expense of something so significant. The children were so important, and so was the healing reading program. He stood and faced his parents.
This is all my fault,
he said.
I really messed up this time.
Mother and Father exchanged a look again. I'm glad to see you assuming the responsibility, Mother said. Go rest now. It'll keep until morning.
I have to fix it somehow,
Henry said as he left the room.
Henry.
Father stopped him.
Thanks for looking out for your sister.
There was that. At least Charlotte had made it home safely. Whatever it was she was going through, she had the supportive family, and he was glad he had followed his instincts. If only he could fix the rest just as easily. Once back in his suite, Henry took a shower and changed into an old t-shirt and sweatpants from his days at university. As tired as he was also too wired to lay down and sleep. A knock sounded at the door, and he walked over to open it. Welcome back, Henry, Oliver said as he came inside and slapped Henry on the shoulder. Henry closed the door and walked back to his favorite reclining chair.
What are you doing here? I thought you were at Dorset Hall.
I was, but Emma told me you and Charlotte were back, and I left the trainer in charge. I'll go back tomorrow after lunch. Speaking of lunch. He approached the refrigerator in the adjacent kitchen and opened it wide. Do you have anything to eat? I'm famished. Henry gestured at the in-house phone.
Call in what you want.
Oliver returned to the living room and lifted the phone off the charging cradle. What do you want?
Whatever you're having will be fine.
While Oliver put in an order to the kitchen, someone else knocked on the door, then opened it and peeked in. Can we come in? Emma said. Henry gestured at the sofa opposite his chair as she and Charlotte came in. They waved at Oliver and sat down next to each other. Hang on, Oliver said to the person on the other side. Do you girls want something to eat? Emma shook her head. We're fine, thanks. Double that order, please, Oliver said into the phone, then thanked the person and hung up. The girls turned to look at him, and Henry smirked. What did you order for us? Emma asked. We said we're fine. Oliver took the other recliner. Because you two always say you don't want anything and then you eat off our plates. Henry reached over and high-fived his cousin.
He's right,
he simply said. The girls feigned indignation, but in the end, agreed with them. Henry sat up and patted Charlotte's knee.
I thought you didn't want to see anyone tonight.
I changed my mind, she said, a listless smile pulling at the corner of her mouth.
I'm not ready for Mother and Father, but I wanted to come and thank you.
She took Henry's hand, and he squeezed hers.
No thanks necessary. You know that. Family always first.
They both said at the same time, repeating a motto the four of them, plus Alex and Stefan, had come up with as children.
How much trouble are you in?
Charlotte asked somberly.
For missing the fundraiser?
He asked. She nodded.
Lots.
Henry stood and retrieved his laptop computer from the built-in desk, then sat on the sofa between Emma and Charlotte and placed the computer on the coffee table.
But I had an idea that might work.
He turned on the machine and waited for the screen to come to life.
Since you're all here, you can help me make sure it's a good idea before I start on it at full speed.
A knock sounded at the door, and Oliver stood. It's the food. After thanking the kitchen staffer, he pushed the cart toward the middle of the room and set the plates on the coffee table in front of each person.
California hamburgers with all the fixins and potato fries,
Oliver announced in a poor American accent.
Nothing like a greasy, calorie-ridden plate of fries to lift the mood, Emma said with a smile. She turned to her brother. Do everyone a favor and stay away from the American accent. At the scent and sight of the food on his plate, Henry pulled it toward him and balanced the laptop on his knees. What's this idea you have? Emma asked before taking a bite of her hamburger.
An online charity auction to make up for the amount the fundraiser didn't achieve.
The girls nodded. It might work. What are you going to auction? Henry pulled up a photo on the screen and gestured toward it.
My pride and joy, the DB9.
His sister and cousins stopped and stared at him.
The Aston Martin?
Oliver asked.
You love that car.
Henry nodded with a wistful expression.
I do love it.
Can you even do that? I mean, legally.
Good point. Can you ask the family lawyer? The car is mine, not the Crown's.
Anything else on the plan? Emma asked.
That's all I've got so far,
Henry said. What platform are you going to use for the auction? Emma asked again. Henry shrugged.
A website?
Yes, but which one? His cousin continued. You could easily set up a website for the auction, but there will be people who will question your motives and accuse you of keeping the proceeds. Charlotte hitched a thumb in Emma's direction. Listen to her. She knows what she's talking about. Henry frowned.
How do I do it then?
Emma leaned forward and wiped her hands on a napkin. May I? She asked as she reached for the laptop. Henry handed it over to her, and she started typing right away. I suggest you use the platform A Good Reason to Give. Their website is goodreason.org. She brought up the website on the screen and showed it to him. It's the platform we use when we set up fundraisers for the shelter. It has a worldwide reach, an impeccable reputation, and their fees are only 4.25% per auction.
I'll go with whatever you suggest,
Henry told her. Oliver looked up from his phone. At first glance, it looks like you can auction off the Martin since it's your personal property. We'll double-check with the attorney in the morning. You'll need to make a public apology, Charlotte added. A press release statement that we can upload to the auction page and social media. Emma nodded.
Yes, that will show the public you're truly remorseful, and don't ask Miss Stanton to write the apology for you.
You write it yourself, even if it doesn't sound as articulate, Charlotte said. It'll be more sincere. Henry looked at them.
I should be writing this down.
Emma shook her head and kept typing. Don't worry about it. We'll make you a to-do list. Hope flashed in Henry's chest.
I think this is going to work.
Of course it's going to work, Emma said. Charlotte smiled. We're in it with you. He didn't doubt them. They brainstormed a simple script for Henry's apology video, and Emma started a draft for the auction page design and content. When Charlotte yawned 3 times, Henry stood and stretched.
I think the trip and the flight are finally catching up with me. How about we reconvene tomorrow?
He cleared the plates from the coffee table to the serving cart as the others got up from their seats. Emma saved her work on the laptop before closing the lid.
Sounds like a plan. At what time?
Charlotte yawned again.
Not too early, she said.
How about after the family brunch?
Henry asked.
I have something to do in the morning.
Someone to see. Oliver stood from his chair. I'll walk over with you two, he said to his sister and cousin. Emma and Charlotte hugged Henry at the door before they left.
Good luck with her,
Emma said with a wink.
I'll need all the help I can get,
Henry agreed.
Any suggestions?
Grovel, Charlotte said.
Lots and lots of groveling,
Emma added. From the heart, Henry. Always from the heart. A few minutes later, when he finally fell in bed, Henry closed his eyes and sighed. The hardest part of his plan was not the auction of his prized car, but convincing Adrianne to see him. How was he going to do that? In the morning, Henry was sent a message to Adrianne when he woke up.
Will you please meet with me today?
It was Sunday, and she didn't work on Sundays. The weather was partly cloudy, and the temperature had dropped a few degrees. Although he didn't know how she occupied her time on the weekends, chances were good she'd be home on a day like this. An hour later, Adrianne hadn't replied, and Henry sent her another message.
I'm coming over to talk. I won't take long.
This time, her reply came quickly. I'm not at home. Please, don't go there.
Where are you then? We need to talk.
I'd rather not.
Where can I meet you?
He held the phone in his hand, but she didn't reply. Was he pressing his luck with her too much? He only hoped it wouldn't backfire. Chapter 17. The small cemetery sat on a gentle rise overlooking the church and grounds and the main road not too far. Adrianne sat on a bench under the linden tree, holding open her favorite umbrella, a yellow one with a giant duck at the front. The only spot of color, as far as she could see. Never before had the weather been such a perfect mirror of her feelings inside. Gray, soggy, gloomy. Her parents' grave markers faced the bench, and she watched the rivulets of raindrops wash away the dirt stuck in the carved names and dates. Next time, she'd bring a brush and a bucket with some water and a mild detergent. As hard as it rained today, it still wasn't enough to clean deeply. She heard the car before she saw it approaching, the distinctive sound of its engine echoing loudly in the quiet morning. Adrianne sighed, but remained in the same spot, and a few minutes later, Henry appeared on the path, holding a black umbrella with 2 broken spokes. That was Colin's umbrella from last winter, the traitor, and it explained how Henry had found her so easily. He stopped a few paces away from the opposite end of the bench.
Your brother Colin told me you were here.
I figured, she said tersely.
He lent me the umbrella, too. Nice guy.
She'd need to have a little talk with Colin about family loyalty when she got back home.
Do you mind if I sit here?
It's a public place, she replied. The bench was wet on that side, but he sat anyway. When he turned to read the markers, Adrianne took the moment to glance at him. He wore jeans and a blue button-down shirt under a gray sports jacket, and he'd grown a 3-day scruff that looked better on him than she'd like to admit. His blue eyes met hers, and her heart stuttered. Another traitor, this heart of hers, jumping like that in her chest. She refused to have any lingering feelings for Henry. He didn't deserve them.
I want to apologize for not being at the fundraiser 2 nights ago.
Despite her admonitions to herself, Adrianne was incapable of staying quiet. Do you even know what happened? He nodded.
If you'll just let me explain what...
Where were you? She interrupted. He let out a long breath.
I flew to South Africa to bring home Charlotte, my sister.
Is she okay? Adrianne asked, unable to hide the concern in her voice. Henry nodded.
She's going through something, and it was better for her to be home with her family.
Adrianne looked away. How could she fault him for putting his family first? She would have done the same thing for her brothers, and they for her. Why didn't you tell me?
Didn't you get my message? I didn't hold it back from you on purpose, Adrianne. It was very last minute, and I asked Alex to cover for me. It never crossed my mind the guests wouldn't like that. I'm so sorry," he said. "I want to make it up to you, to the program."
She closed the umbrella and stood. The rain had slowed down to a few drops, and she was ready to walk back home. "It's too late," she told him. "The director is shutting down the program next week." Henry rose from his end of the bench, fumbled with the umbrella until it closed, and then walked closer to her.
"I'm going to fix this, Adrianne. I know you don't believe me, but I am."
She shook her head, hardly believing his attitude. "You're so arrogant, Henry Somerset. This isn't about you and your need to fix what you can't. Some things just can't be fixed when they break, no matter how hard you wish for it." She was crying now, but she didn't care anymore. "You couldn't fix it back then, and you can't fix it now."
"Fix what?"
he said in a soft voice. In the rage of her words, Adrianne had stepped closer to him, close enough to feel the heat of his body in front of hers, to feel the weight of his gaze as it pierced her core. She teetered, and for a moment, she couldn't tell if it was her body or her heart wanting to fall into him. He put a hand out and held her upper arm, to keep her away or to keep her steady. She couldn't tell.
"What are you talking about, Adrianne?"
he said in the same tone as before. Adrianne sighed, suddenly too tired to keep any more of her secrets. "Remember when I told you I was in the hospital after my parents' accident?" He nodded. "We met back then," she said in a small voice, her gaze pinned on his. "You and I." He frowned, the unspoken question clear in his expression. "You and your family were visiting the hospitalized children before Christmas, and somehow you ended up in my room, and you played Candyland with an 8-year-old girl who couldn't read well before your mother found you and took you back." Slowly his eyes widened with recognition.
"I remember Mother telling the story to the family later that day. That was you?"
Adrianne nodded. "Now you know how much that program means to me." Henry didn't say anything, just looked at her with a depth in his eyes she couldn't face. After a long moment, she stepped away from his reach and touched her fingertips to her lips and to the top of her parents' markers. Then she left. The rain had resumed, and she reopened her umbrella. Henry remained behind, under the rain, watching her silently. On Monday, she came home early from the medical center. The healing reading program had been officially shut down, and she'd be transferred to another department in the morning. That was it, and there was nothing she could do about it. Colin came out of the garage, wiping his hands on a rag, and followed her into the house. "Mrs. Hastings sent a message for you to come by as soon as you can," he said. "I'll go in a few minutes," Adrianne replied. She removed her light sweater and hung it up, then picked up the day's mail from the entry table.
"I'm sorry I told that guy you were at the cemetery yesterday,"
he said.
"Are you still mad at me?"
She looked up from the envelopes. "I'm not, Colin. He and I had to talk. It hadn't made much difference in the end, but they had talked. Somehow, she was at peace with it."
"He was very insistent he had to see you, but in a nice manner, like he missed you a lot after not seeing you for a few days. Who is he? He looks a lot like that one prince, the younger son of King Joffrey."
"Henry Somerset," Adrianne said as she set the letters back down. They could wait. She wasn't in the mood to go through bills right now.
"Yes, that's him."
Colin nodded.
"Your friend looks a lot like Prince Henry, don't you think? I bet people tell him that all the time. What's his name?"
"Henry Somerset," she said to her brother, and he frowned. "I'm going over to Mrs. Hastings. And, Colin, that guy you met yesterday, he doesn't look like Prince Henry. He is the prince." Colin's expression turned from confusion to astonishment.
"What the heck, Adrianne?" he started. "How was that?"
She opened the back door and waved at her brother. "I'll be back later." She didn't wait for his reply. When she arrived at her neighbor's, Adrianne paused at the door and took a deep breath. 1, 2, 3 times, before pushing the door open. Given Mrs. Hastings' obsession with the Royal Channel, it would be hard to avoid seeing Henry on the screen. Maybe in a few weeks' time, Adrianne wouldn't mind it as much. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Hastings," she said over her shoulder on her way to the kitchen to look for the shopping list. After a long minute, Mrs. Hastings still hadn't replied. Other than the sound coming from the television, the small house was quiet. Adrianne put down the notepad on the counter and paused. A flash of anxiety and panic gripped her. Had something happened to Mrs. Hastings? She walked to the front room and found her neighbor in her usual stuffed chair, watching the screen with unusual attention. "Mrs. Hastings," Adrianne repeated, "are you okay?"
"Shh, Adrianne," the lady finally said. "The press conference is about to start."
She waved at the other chair, and Adrianne sat down. The royal spokesperson walked to the podium set up in the courtyard at the front of the palace. "Welcome and thank you for coming," she started. "His Royal Highness Prince Henry will address you today regarding the outcome of recent events. There will be no questions." She looked to the side. "Your Highness." She gestured at him, then stepped back. When Henry took his place at the podium, looking dashing in a dark blue suit and matching striped tie, Adrianne's heart skipped a beat. His smile lit up the screen, and she couldn't look away, her resolve to forget him barely a memory in her recent past. Would it always be like this, every time she saw him?
"Thank you, Miss Stanton."
He faced the camera straight on.
"Good afternoon. I'm here today to offer a public apology for last week's events. As you all know, I was supposed to host the fundraiser to benefit the program Healing Reading at the Castlebridge Community Medical Center.
He paused, and a muscle twitched in his jaw.
Unfortunately, I was unable to attend, and even though I asked my brother Alex to attend in my stead, I failed to inform the guests of the change in program. Furthermore, Mr. Liam Drake, internationally known and recipient of several awards, football player, and native of Durham, is not at fault for not attending. I failed to communicate with him in a timely manner regarding the fundraiser."
He paused to give a guilty smile.
"Sorry, Liam. This was so not your fault."
He winced, and the people in attendance chuckled at his candid words.
"As a direct result of mine and Mr. Drake's absence, the fundraiser suffered, and when this happens, it is those in need who are the most affected, the children."
He inhaled briefly.
"I assume full responsibility, and I will strive to make amends the best I can and know how. As such, I come here today to announce a public auction of my personal car, an Aston Martin DB9, whose entire proceeds will benefit the aforementioned program and the pediatric wing at the medical center."
Adrianne gasped and covered her mouth with her fingertips. Henry was putting his beloved car up for auction? Mrs. Hastings clapped her hands together. "Didn't I tell you? He's such a good man." Henry continued with the details of the auction.
"You will find all the details at goodreason.org/RoyalDB9. Thank you."
As soon as Henry stepped away, the journalists in attendance fired questions at him, but he kept walking out of frame. The royal publicist ignored the questions and repeated the web address for the online auction. Immediately after the live transmission feed, the image on the screen cut to a voiceover and a poor-quality video excerpt of a private plane on a tarmac with two people entering a black car. The presenter's voice came on. "Even though Prince Henry didn't allude to his reason for not attending last week's fundraiser, we have obtained video of him and his sister, Princess Charlotte, arriving in Castlebridge the day after the event. Princess Charlotte had traveled to South Africa, where she'd been volunteering as an advocate for literacy. An anonymous source has told the Royal News Channel she suffered a nervous breakdown, and Prince Henry went there to bring her home." Adrianne remained in her seat, unmovable and unable to comment. The channel continued on to a journalist in the audio who talked about the Aston Martin and how much it was worth in today's market. "Adrianne?" Mrs. Hastings repeated her name. "Did you hear what I said?" Adrianne turned to the old lady. "I'm sorry. Could you say that again?" Mrs. Hastings' eyes were round and large, and her face flushed with excitement. "Didn't I tell you he's my favorite prince? This is why, girl." She pointed at the television screen. Everyone was saying bad things about him, but he came through. I bet this auction will get more money than the fundraiser people ever dreamed of. Adrianne didn't doubt it. I think you're right, Mrs. Hastings. Later that evening, Adrianne sat in her bedroom and watched the press conference again. The confusion from earlier had settled down, but the feelings in her heart hadn't. She had badly misjudged Henry. He tried to explain it, and she hadn't given him the chance to do it. How was she going to apologize? After everything she'd said to him, she had to fix it. She didn't want him to think she still held a bad opinion of him. Somehow, she had to let him know how sorry she was and how she really felt about him. If he'd give her the chance. Chapter 18. 10 days later. Henry smiled at the numbers on the screen. The online auction for the DB9 had 2 more weeks left, and, at the rate it was going, it would fetch a higher price than anyone had anticipated. After announcing he would personally deliver the Aston Martin if the winning bidder lived in Durham, the competition had increased, much to his satisfaction. Today he was meeting with Mr. Ainsworth, the executive administrator, and the board of the directors of the medical center to go over the plans for the pediatric wing and the healing reading program, and to discuss the disbursement of funds. One of the royal attorneys had come on ahead to prepare some preliminary paperwork. When Henry arrived, Mr. Ainsworth came to escort him to the first floor where the meeting was taking place. "Welcome, Your Highness," Mr. Ainsworth said. "We're glad you're able to join us today."
Thank you,
Henry said.
I'm looking forward to today's meeting.
Gregson and Stevens followed closely, and one stayed by the door to the conference room, while the other accompanied Henry inside. Close to the end of the meeting, Mr. Ainsworth brought the healing reading program to the discussion.
I understand Miss Blake, who implemented the program, has been let go,
Henry said. It wasn't fair that Adrianne hadn't been transferred to another department.
Miss Blake knows more about this program than anyone else, and I'd like to make the argument that she should be brought back.
Mr. Ainsworth nodded. We agree with you, Your Highness. Miss Blake is the most qualified person to run this program. In addition, she'll be training new staff, not only in this facility but also others around the country. He gestured to the secretary. Let her in, please. The door opened and Adrianne entered the room. She wore a navy blue skirt and a flowy blouse that accentuated all her best features. Henry stared. She really was here. He'd missed her so much. Good afternoon. She greeted everyone with a nod of acknowledgement. When her eyes landed on him, she smiled. Your Highness.
Miss Blake.
He nodded back at her, smiling wide, and not caring who saw him grinning like a fool. The meeting seemed to go faster after Adrianne joined in, even though Henry had to make a concentrated effort to not get distracted. She sat across from him, and several times, Henry had been unable to look away from her. Was she still mad at him? Her behavior didn't suggest it, but then again, they were in mixed company. Maybe she'd act differently without other people around. At the end of the meeting, he approached her and shook her hand.
I'm glad to see you spearheading the program again.
Adrianne smiled. Thank you, Your Highness. It's good to be back. Was it his imagination, or did her hand linger in his a few seconds too long?
Walk with me?
He said on a whim.
I'm parked at the other side of the shortcut garden.
She nodded. I'd like that very much. Chapter 19. It took Adrianne all the courage she had inside her to say those words to Henry. They set out walking side by side, and his security detail escorted them to the service elevator and finally got to the side door that led to the garden. She clasped her hands together, more nervous at Henry's presence than she'd thought she'd be. How many times had they walked this same route? Did she dare hope that there could be more walks together in the future?
I heard Poppy went home a few days ago,
he said as they looped around the same paths as before. Adrianne nodded.
She's at the group home for a few more weeks, but soon she'll be with the Sullivans. They had their case reviewed and were approved to adopt her.
That's wonderful news,
He said with a smile.
I'm glad it worked out for them. They'll be an amazing family.
Despite his smile and pleasant expression, something in his words sounded off, like he wasn't surprised at the news. Adrianne paused and stared at him. You already knew, didn't you? How did you make it possible? He leaned in, as if telling her a secret.
I might have asked someone to nudge their paperwork to the top of the pile. That's all I did, I promise.
A nudge from one of the princes of Durham is as good as getting it done in person. Thank you, on behalf of the Sullivans and Poppy. I hope you realize how much happiness you have brought to the lives of those three.
I'm beginning to realize how much I can help others by virtue of my birth and position,
he said.
My involvement with the medical center and the program has given me some experience, and I'm looking to expand the scope of my charitable work.
She opened her mouth to congratulate him, but he interrupted.
I'm not saying this to brag, Adrianne. It's simply a fact that's taken me too long to realize. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened.
They stopped strolling and stood, facing each other. I came to apologize, Adrianne rushed to say. I'm sorry I misjudged you, and I hope you don't think I'm only saying this because of the auction, she said.
There's nothing to apologize for, Adrianne,
he said softly, holding her gaze.
Nothing to forgive. We both said and did things we didn't mean to, and I'm sorry for my part in it.
A faint seed of hope took hold in her heart and grew confident at the gentleness in Henry's beautiful blue eyes. Adrianne took a nervous step, not knowing what else to say. What more could she do? Confess her feelings? What hope did she have that he liked her even a little? When everything was said and done, he was still the third Prince of Durham, and she was only a social worker. Henry bridged the distance between them again.
Where do we go from here?
Was that him saying goodbye? Adrianne lifted a shoulder. Our separate ways? It was a question she didn't want to answer. A sigh rose inside her, and she cleared her throat to disguise it. How easy it was to already miss him. She'd go straight home and eat her feelings tonight for sure, even though food was a poor consolation for Henry's absence. Maybe I'll see you around at the medical center sometime?
Is that what you really want?
He asked, taking his hands from his pockets and letting them hang at his side. His expression was calm and his tone even, but his eyes shone with an intensity that went beyond his simple question. Her heart skipped a beat. Excuse me? Adrianne frowned, taken aback by the direct question. Henry took a step closer and took her hands in his.
I'm not okay with only seeing you at the medical center, Adrianne.
Her face flushed at his words. So unexpected. Did he really mean what she hoped he did?
I don't want to just see you around or bump into you at the elevator or get a glimpse of you at reading time.
Despite his hold on her hands, she trembled. You don't? Her voice was barely a squeak. Henry brushed some of her hair away from her face, his fingers grazing her skin. The anticipation rose a wave of heat inside her, and she leaned in his direction.
I thought I had lost all my chances with you,
he said in a lowered voice.
But you're here with me, right now, and these few minutes have given me the courage to hope that maybe you want something more too.
Adrianne laced her fingers with his, burning to touch him. She stilled, watching him intently. You're a Prince of Durham, she said at last. You can have anyone you want. I'm just a regular girl.
Beneath the title, I'm just a regular guy, he said. What I'm asking for is a chance, Adrianne, to know you, to be with you. He brought his hands to her cheeks. To love you, he whispered. A chance. He was asking for a chance to love her. A wave of emotion rose in her chest, and a small tear slipped from the corner of her eye. The words faltered, but a smile bloomed on her lips. Henry gently wiped her tear with the pad of his thumb. Is that a yes? Do you want a chance with me?
Adrianne leaned in to whisper, "I want more than a chance. I want you." He didn't let her finish. Henry's arms came around her tightly, and his lips fell on hers, as if he could no longer hold himself back.
Thank you,
He whispered in a relieved sigh, in between smiles and more tender kisses. Adrianne reached her arms around his neck, and he pulled her flesh against him, then kissed her again with a kiss that left no room to doubt his feelings for her. Her own thanks bounced around in her mind, her heart so full she couldn't find her voice to agree with him. Thanks that he'd run out of gas on that road in the middle of nowhere. Thanks that he'd learned to be humble and fixed his mistakes. Thanks for the way they fit so well together. And special thanks for second chances. Epilogue. 3 months later.
Come on, let's go for a walk in the gardens,
Henry said, tugging at Adrianne's hand. Right now? They're about to cut the cake, she protested as she followed him out the French doors to the courtyard behind the palace. He led her toward the staircase.
That's the public cake. There's another one for the family. You can have as many slices as you want.
For real? She chuckled. I won't complain about royal weddings anymore. He really hoped she wouldn't. If all went well, there would be another Somerset brother getting married soon. The sooner the better, as far as he was concerned. Stefan and Jenna's wedding earlier in the evening had been just as beautiful as Alex's 4 months prior. At one point, during the ceremony in the Cathedral of Castlebridge, Adrianne had fanned herself and asked him in a whisper if all the royal weddings lasted this long. The memory brought a smile to his lips. She'd adjusted well to his royal responsibilities, the busy schedule, and the constant presence of his security detail. They dated in private for a month before going public with their relationship. Not because he didn't want the world to know he was dating Miss Adrianne Blake of West Castlebridge, but because he'd wanted them to have some time alone without the public eye judging everything they did. So far, the judging had been favorable, and the public opinion polls said the people of Durham approved of his girlfriend. Henry had his older brothers to thank for it. After marrying American girls, the public was ready to see a fellow Durham dating the youngest prince. Mother was happy, and, as good as that was, in the end, it was him and Adrianne's happiness that mattered, whatever his family and the people of the kingdom thought. "Where are you taking me?" Adrianne asked.
Patience, he said softly. You'll find out soon.
At the end of the hedgerow, Henry stopped and laced his arms around Adrianne's waist. "Did you stop to tell me where we're going?" she asked with a smile.
"Just to steal a kiss,"
he teased, bending to capture her lips. In truth, he'd stopped to hold her tighter and to gain courage to go on with his plan.
"Did I tell you this evening how beautiful you are?"
"Not in the past hour," she chuckled. She wore a pink piece of perfect confection, expertly formed into a skirt of never-ending ruffles and a fitted bodice with brilliant encrusted flowers. Her hair was styled in a low bun, wrapped in a matching ribbon with little crystals that caught the ambient light. But it was the smile in her eyes and the warmth in her expression that made her more beautiful to him, the way her lips lingered when he kissed her, as if she wanted more.
"You
Kiss.
are
Kiss."
the most beautiful woman tonight."
The emotion swelled in his heart, and he hugged her closer still. She kissed him back and sighed. "Why do I have the feeling you're stalling for something, Henry?" Because she knew him too well already.
"Can a guy want a moment with his girl?"
He led her to the rose garden. "During your brother's wedding?"
"Especially during my brother's wedding,"
he said as they arrived at the center, where a marble gazebo had been draped in hundreds of twinkle lights. Adrianne gasped. "Henry, this is beautiful." Well worth the 3 hours he'd spent wrapping the columns in strings of tiny white lights. Getting away and finding the time to do it hadn't been easy either. She turned around, taking it all in. "I knew you were hiding something from me." She took his hand and leaned in for a kiss. "Thank you for bringing me here." Henry kissed her back.
This is the part where I should read you the full disclosure and make sure you know what I really brought you here for.
Her eyebrows wrinkled in confusion. What disclosure? Henry took a deep breath and reached in his pocket for the ring.
Here goes.
He held her hand, then went down on one knee. She gasped and brought her hands to her cheeks.
Adrianne Blake, I've fallen in love with you beyond any measure I ever thought possible, and I want to spend the rest of my days with you by my side. Will you marry me, please?
She half laughed, half sobbed as she hastily swiped at the tears on her face. Of course I'll marry you, Henry. He slid the ring onto her finger, a piece of old gold filigree and a row of sparkling diamonds, then brushed a kiss onto the back of her hand, turning her skin into goosebumps under his lips. Adrianne didn't wait for him to stand. She pulled him onto his feet by the lapels of his suit coat, threw her arms around his neck, and drew him down for a kiss, one that could speak more than words and tell the way they felt for each other. Does that mean I will be your princess? His smile widened.
My one and only, always.
This has been Rescuing the Prince, written by Lucinda Whitney, read for you by Christine Dillon. Copyright 2019 by Lucinda Whitney. Production copyright by Lucinda Whitney. Thank you for listening.